Stobbin.
My lady, may I please call Mr. Boris Johnson?
Thank you. Yes, thank you. I swear by Almighty God
The evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming back to help us, Mr. Johnson.
Absolute pleasure.
Can I ask you please to give the inquiry your full name?
Yes, I'm Boris Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, you ought to have before you a statement that bears the number INQ 000588008.
Yes, thank you.
Can you confirm that the contents of that statement are true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes,
And I think, Mr. Johnson, it's right that this was your fifth witness statement for the inquiry.
Yes.
Is that correct?
I think so, yes.
I want to start, if I may, by asking you about events near to the start of the outset of the pandemic, please. It was the evidence of Sir John Coles to this inquiry that when he read the witness statement of Sir Gavin Williamson about the preparation for school closures prior to the 18th of March, that he almost fell off his chair. What was your reaction to reading Sir Gavin Williamson's statement about that?
Well, I've got every respect for Sir John Coles and his views. I read Gavin's statement with interest. Was there any particular aspect of his statement that you wanted to raise?
Perhaps let me develop this and explore it a bit further. What, in essence, Sir Gavin Williamson was saying, and I hope that this is a fair summary of his evidence, is that he didn't seek assessment of the impact of school closures, and nor did he seek to develop planning for mass school closures because, and these were the words he used in his oral evidence, the steer I was hearing from, whether it was in Cabinet or anything else, was to keep things open, not about closing things. And he went on to confirm what he had said in his statement. And let me read it to you. The position across the whole of government in February was largely monitoring the situation, and there was no suggestion that the Department for Education should prepare a plan or a policy for mass school closures. It was very much a case of the whole of government waiting for Number 10 and Cabinet Office to give a lead and clear direction.
Well, I'm not sure I agree with the idea that there was no planning for school closures, because if you look at the sequence from February onwards, it's clear that SAGE is talking about the possibility, the Cabinet is discussing it in March, certainly. I remember the subject coming up repeatedly. And then if you look at the paper of I think there's a citing note from the DFE on the 15th of March to me for a meeting in which they go over all kinds of stuff that are going to be necessary to enact school closures, looking at safeguarding, looking at exams, looking at the needs of vulnerable kids, teacher training, and so on, free school meals. All of that was in there. So that indicated to me at the time, and I'm fairly sure I remember it, but certainly indicates to me now that work was going on in the DFE about school closures, and it'd be amazing if it wasn't.
Yes, but Mr. Johnson, that note was on the 15th of March, so at a very late stage in the day, correct?
Yes.
And what we're focused on is the period leading up to that and what planning was going on prior to that point, correct?
Yes. I'm afraid I can't tell you very much about that, except to say that my evidence from what I saw is that the work had been going on, because there were clearly discussions that had been taking place.
Could we bring up on screen, please, the witness statement of the then Permanent Secretary to the Department for Education, Mr. Jonathan Slater, and that's INQ 000 588 040. That's page 12, paragraph 5.9. Because Mr. Johnson, he says in terms, and we can read it here, equally, it would have been much better if Department for Education had been invited to start developing contingency arrangements for closing education settings at an earlier stage in the pandemic, given that no contingency plan had been prepared beforehand. But as can be seen from the fact that the first request we received was on the 17th of March, the government was determined right up to the last minute to keep education settings open. So, Mr. Johnson, that's the Permanent Secretary to the Department for Education saying that there was no contingency plan prior to that point.
Well, I think that it's certainly where I certainly agree with him is that the government was determined, if we possibly could, to keep educational settings open, to keep schools open, because, as the inquiry has heard many, many times, one of the biggest detriments from COVID was the loss of education, the harm it did to young people. So that is certainly correct. I see that he's saying that no request was received from government to do a contingency plan, but frankly, I would have thought that he is, as Secretary of the head of the Department of Education, would have picked up from discussions that would be going on from February onwards that there was work to be done in this area. And indeed, it seems to me that work had been done in this area, because, and I cite the paper I saw.
Well, we're going to come to that paper, but I think we have it in black and white, don't we, from Mr. Slater, that there wasn't a contingency plan because he says one hadn't been requested. Now, you may dispute the lack of request.
I'm not necessarily disputing that. I just think that it was obvious that there had to be consideration of closing schools. I was very much hoping that we wouldn't have to close schools. I thought it was a nightmare idea. But I think it would, I think as far as I can remember, you had other countries were starting to close schools.
Yes.
And I'm surprised that the Perm Sec at the DFE didn't feel that it was necessary to look at what contingency arrangements we had.
Can I interrupt? Would you expect, running the United Kingdom as Prime Minister, would you expect the Department for Education to wait for a request for them to develop contingency plans?
No, of course not. And I think that, as I say, I think that my impression from the stuff I read was that a great deal of thought and care was already going into some of the key questions. But this is what Mr. Slater he says he had no plan ready. I think that is surprising.
I mean, we've also heard evidence from Miss Susan Ackland-Hood, who is now the Permanent Secretary to the Department for Education, who's also reviewed all of the paperwork, and who confirms that there wasn't planning beyond the possibility, for example, of some individual school closures, or for the possibility that there might be staff shortages. So it isn't simply that this is Mr. Slater saying this. Indeed, that would be surprising. It's been confirmed by the department on their overall consideration of the written material. But one assumes, Mr. Johnson, from your evidence that this is all in effect news to you, that there was this absence of planning behind the scenes,
well,
correct?
I think that there was certainly, as I understood the position at the time, to the best of my memory, there was work going on in the DFE about how to deal with the consequences of COVID, and in particular, how to compensate for the loss of learning. And, you know, the paper that I've mentioned that only appeared before me on the 15th seemed to suggest to me that a great deal of work had been done on the key areas.
We'll come back to that paper, but I just want to be clear about this. Do you accept that until mid-March 2020 there hadn't been a cross-government focus on closing schools?
I think that it was a subject that had repeatedly cropped up at SAGE meetings, at SPIMO, all of which the relevant departments had been represented, and there had been, including DFE. So, no, I don't really accept that. I think that there had already been conversations about the possibility of closing schools, and it looked to me as though the DFE was preparing for that.
And I think that's right in terms of what you've said on your witness statement, and perhaps if we could bring that up, please, in terms of what you say at your paragraph 5. And I think it's suggested from this, Mr. Johnson, that what you're confirming here is that by the 10th of February 2020, it was already apparent or patent that school closures might be necessary as part of your response to the pandemic.
Yes, though, the documents that I've looked at recently, and the SPIMO and the SAGE papers, and I seem to remember this also from the time. And one of the difficulties is my memory is now contaminated by what I've recently read. What they seem to suggest is that early on, the advice on school closures from the scientists was it was not not necessarily a particularly effective tool of controlling the pandemic, certainly not on its own, and that clearly changed as we got closer to the decision, and the key weekend was March the 14th when all that changed.
Turn to that, but do you accept, and the inquiry has been through the scientific advice that was provided from the 4th of February, that from the 4th of February onwards it was being advised by SAGE that school closures were at least in contemplation as a possible?
Yes.
And do you accept that given all of that advice from February, and notwithstanding that it was not the decision anyone had wanted to make, that there had to be planning for the possible eventuality of school closures? Because the implications were enormous.
And what I'm trying to say to you is that I believe that there was such planning. What I don't think, and clearly from what Mrs. Ackland Hood and what Mr. Slater have said, they don't feel that there was a fully worked up plan for how to deal with everything. I can't tell you now why that was the case, but I can offer at the time, don't forget that we didn't know the effect this disease had on kids. We didn't know much about the transmissibility of the disease. There were all sorts of things that were simply unknown and difficult to plan for. And the thing was moving very fast. And from the point of view of Number 10, we were focused very much on trying to stave off, trying to avoid an appalling public health crisis. And we were focused on getting enough ventilators, on getting enough PPE, trying to avoid a significant number of casualties. And I think it's important for the inquiry to remember that at the time that the school closures were first mentioned, they were seen as something you'd put in at the peak of the pandemic. And we didn't think we were yet at the peak of the pandemic, if you saw what I mean. And
I just want to come back, just sticking for a moment on when you your understanding as to the position about school closures and when they were being posited. If we go to paragraph 20, please, on page 7 of your statement. And again, you say here the issue of school closures was on the government's agenda as soon as it became clear how dangerous COVID was. I think that DFE and Gavin were aware that we were considering mass school closures of schools from very early on. Thank you. That can come down.
I think that's right. School closures were clearly going to be part of the panoply of things that we might be able to do to defeat COVID. I wanted to keep it to the very, very last. It was something that I thought was a terrible thing to do, and it would have awful consequences for young people, particularly those who were least able to cope. So, although there was consideration of school closures, and the idea was being discussed, and as I say, I think I can see evidence that this was going on in the DFE at the time. As a worked up policy and plan, we thought it was premature. We didn't think it was. I didn't think it was something we were going to have to implement as fast as we did, if at all.
We'll come to the timing of it, but just staying with the potential the implications of school closures. You say at paragraph 21 of your statement that you knew when you made the decision to close schools on the 18th of March that the consequences would be devastating for all children, but worse for vulnerable children, correct?
Yes.
And I think if we can go to the document that you've mentioned, this document of the 15th of March.
Yes.
And that's INQ 000106221.
Yeah.
That set out, didn't it, in headline form, Mr. Johnson, what the implications of the closure of schools would be. So in other words, and potentially the most significant of all, that 9 million pupils wouldn't be guaranteed to receive an education, and that any education they did receive would typically be limited, yes?
Yes.
That 1.3 million of the poorest children wouldn't receive their free school meal. That remote learning would not work for all. That schools' ability to provide it was hugely variable, and many children didn't have access to the relevant kit, and many children didn't live in adequate home circumstances or environments, and didn't have Wi-Fi. And if we drop down perhaps to the last bullet, that vulnerable children are much safer in school than out, and here pointing to the 400,000 children who had a social worker who might be at risk, and it says here from inadequate parenting, witnessing domestic violence, particularly if families are also facing the pressure of imposed isolation.
Yeah.
And presumably, Mr. Johnson, you appreciated too that below that threshold of children who had a social worker, there were many other children who would be at risk as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you, that can come down. And do you accept that the consequences for children were so grave and so far-reaching of school closures that they were the responsibility of all of government, that it wasn't just a Department for Education responsibility?
Of course. And I should say that I take, because I was saying, but as I said, told this inquiry before, I take full responsibility for all the decisions that we took, and all mistakes that were made were mistakes that I am accountable for and take responsibility for. And insofar as we got things wrong, then of course I apologise for that, as I've done before to this inquiry. I remain very proud, of course, of a lot of things that I think the teachers, the schools did to cope with this unbelievably difficult set of circumstances. And I think that, on the whole, they acquitted themselves outstandingly well.
Just focusing on that, on the events of the 15th, 16th and 17th of March. Can you explain why, given this whole government responsibility for the implications of school closures, why it was only on the 16th, 17th of March that, first of all, a paper was commissioned in order to set out the proposals or the options for keeping schools open?
I think that you've got to go back to the problem that we had of timing. And I think in my evidence to this inquiry earlier on, I pointed out that there'd been a great acceleration in the understanding of the scientists about where we were on the pandemic curve. And if you remember, so to the weekend of March 14th, 15th, it becomes obvious that things have moved much faster, and school closures, which March, February 10th and so on, Sage are saying are not necessarily something we'll want to bring in. I think even on March the 5th, Chris Whitty is saying it's not something we want to do imminently. It becomes clear that the spike is going up so fast that, sadly, school closures are going to have to be part of the initial package, and that's effectively what we had to do. I mean, there were other factors as well. The people were, as you know, the teachers were self-isolating, and some schools were finding it difficult to operate anyway.
I think what might be very difficult to understand is why, given the gravity of the consequences of closing schools, that nonetheless seeking out papers on keeping schools open came at such last minute and just before you ended up having to make the decision to close schools.
Well, as I think I've tried to explain why I think that was the case. We were focused on trying to delay the peak of the pandemic, and we thought that the closure of schools, if it had to be used at all, would be a measure of last resort. And lastly, it was my impression that the work was being done, and I certainly assumed that the work was being done.
I'm just focusing here on why at the centre these questions are only being asked so late in the day. So in other words, the centre is only asking for proposals to keep schools open at this very, very late stage, only to reverse the position within about 24 hours and to ask for options on closing schools.
Well, I think that's entirely understandable, given the immensity of the decision and the detriments that it was likely to have.
Does the fact that these questions were being asked so late in the day demonstrate that the problem and the failures of planning were systematic failures and not just failures on the part of the Department for Education?
No, I don't. Well, as I say, I'm not certain that the Department for Education was quite as remiss as you've said, and I think my impression was that they'd done a lot of work. And when you look at what was achieved during the period when schools were closed, I think people responded pretty heroically to the challenge. You say so late in the day, but so late in the day is, of course, a phrase that is only open, or a judgment's only open to people who are operating with hindsight. We didn't know how COVID was being transmitted. We didn't know to what extent children and young people were affected by it. It was very difficult. We didn't know the state of the pandemic in the country. It was very difficult to plan for how schools exactly should respond. And it remained very difficult throughout the throughout the pandemic.
But you've accepted that the possibility of school closures was being posited as a specific step that could be taken in response to the pandemic from the very earliest stages
Yes.
of the SAGE advice. And you've accepted that the implications of closing schools were enormous for almost every school-age child in this country, correct?
Yes.
And you must accept that therefore put a responsibility on government to grasp the nettle and really think about what it needed to do if schools were in fact going to close to most children.
And
Yes.
as I've said to you, it looks to me as though that's exactly what the DfE was doing. And as it happens, the schools sadly did close.
Yeah.
And we did our level best to remediate the damage and to give kids the education that they needed as far as we could.
What work was it that you thought was being done in the background to prepare schools for the eventuality of having to close? What was it you saw that gave you the confidence that this planning was going on in the background?
The document that I've cited, because and maybe it was misleading, but it seemed to me to suggest that a good deal of work was being done on vulnerable kids, on exams, all the subjects that I've mentioned.
Perhaps we should look at that document then, Mr. Johnson, just to see what it says, if that's what your evidence is focused on. Can we go back, please, to INQ 000106221? I think if we go, please, to page 3. It sets out, doesn't it, a summary of some of the DfE's current contingency planning. So it set out, I think, at the start that there is some scenarios for free school meals, correct?
Yes.
On remote learning, if we drop down, please. We intend this week to publish guidance on the steps that schools should now be taking. Correct?
Yes.
So you must have appreciated that prior to this point, there hadn't even been guidance sent to schools in order to assist them.
I do, but I think also the inquiry would appreciate that we hadn't had a pandemic like this for a very long time.
Yes.
The eventuality of closing schools was one that we regarded with horror, and one that we didn't think we would have to resort to until the peak of the pandemic.
But I think, Mr. Johnson, that's understood that closing schools would be a terrible decision, but it was because the consequences were so profound that it needed to be properly planned for, yes?
I think, of course, and if you look at the document that we're studying, it's clear that they're going through various scenarios to deal with most of the problems that you can think of. They've got 3 scenarios being developed for exams within Ofqual. They're publishing guidance on remote learning. It seems to me that yes, I mean, I would accept that the reality was slow to dawn on government generally about the full horror of COVID, but that's something that we've been around many times. I think and you can see it in the way the scientific advice changes throughout the year. So they move from saying, put these measures on during the peak of the pandemic to saying go hard, go early. And there's a clear difference in approach.
Mr. Johnson, I'm just going to stay on this document for a moment to look at the last of the implications, which is that of vulnerable children.
Can you remind me of the date, Mr.
Yes, it's the 15th of
March.
March.
Thank you.
And as we can see there, in respect of vulnerable children and childcare, this paper doesn't deal with it, Mr. Johnson. So there's nothing here, for example, that sets out Department for Education thinking about child protection systems, all of the other support and services that schools provide to children, and particularly those most in need.
I think it's meant to be a short citing document. It's not meant to be going through everything that is in the head of the department. Look, I understand the criticism that we should have planned better for school closures and we should have alerted schools earlier to the possibility of school closures and spelt out in more detail what might happen in the context of school closures. All I can say to you is that is to imagine a much greater state of knowledge about COVID and what was likely to happen than we actually had at the time, and in particular a greater state of knowledge about the speed with which the disease was progressing. And I go back to the. I mean, yes, I think it's a fair point that this document itself doesn't look like a fully worked up plan for school closures, but it seems to me that the department was doing the work.
All right. Well, Mr. Johnson, we were looking at that document so that the inquiry could understand what it was that gave you confidence about Department for Education planning. But I think you're clear that this is the sole basis for that confidence, correct?
Well, there were plenty of other meetings and discussions in which DFE officials were involved, when it was obvious, as you've said, that school closures were coming down the agenda. And it was always obvious to me that this was going to be one of the things we would have to consider.
I'm going to move on, if I may, to ask about the 16th and 17th of March, and specifically the evidence that was given by Sir Gavin Williamson in his witness statement, which you've seen and which he confirmed in oral evidence, that there was this discombobulating sea change, to which I've already alluded to, between the 16th and 17th of March, whereby the government's direction went from keeping schools open to overnight to keeping schools closed. Do you agree with his evidence that it was a discombobulating sea change?
Well, obviously I can't speak for Gavin about how he felt about it, but my impression was that everybody understood that school closures was part of the toolkit that we might sadly have to use, and we were being forced by events and by the spread of the disease to deploy that solution much earlier than we wanted, and indeed against our will, just by the spread of the disease. So I'm afraid the reality of COVID just meant that we had to get the R down below 1, and school closures represent, though not a very significant measure in themselves, they can help to get the R down below 1 at critical moments, and we had no choice.
Yes, so I think, Mr. Johnson, is your evidence that it wasn't a sea change, it was simply a speeding up of that which was going to happen in any event?
I mean, I'm not saying that it was necessarily going to happen in any event, but because things might have turned out differently, but they didn't. What it certainly was the result of a gradual and then accelerating progression in the disease, which is familiar to anybody who looks at one of those curves.
Thank you. Sir John Cole said of Sir Gavin Williamson's evidence about school closures that he thought that it was an extraordinary dereliction of duty. So he was referring again to the lack of planning for school closures. And he said it was perfectly clear to me, as someone who was running schools, that there was a high likelihood that schools would have to close. And we were planning for that, whilst, of course, doing everything we could to keep schools open. If it is right to characterise the lack of planning as a dereliction of duty, do you accept that that's a dereliction that's shared by the whole of government and not just the Department for Education?
Well, as I've tried to argue this morning, I think that the department, contrary perhaps to, it felt to me as though there had been abundant discussions about closing schools, and it felt to me, to the best of my recollection, as though the department was aware of this, and I assumed that they were planning for it. When I look at that document of March the 15th, it seems to me to suggest that a great deal of work and thought had gone into the key issues. So I'm not inclined to accept the idea that people fell down gravely in their duty. I think people were overwhelmed by the speed of events, and when the facts changed, they had to change policy, and I had to change policy.
So you don't accept that the evidence from the then Permanent Secretary that there was no contingency plan for school closures, or there wasn't planning that focused on the potential for mass school closures, you don't think that that's a dereliction of duty? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I can only repeat what I've just said. I understand. I know that Mr. Slater later resigned. I, though not over that matter, as far as I can remember, I don't think. If you're the Perm Sec at the DFE, there's nothing to. There was certainly no. Let me put it this way: there was absolutely nothing coming from central government to say you must not, on any account, prepare for school closures. On the contrary, anybody looking at what was happening would have assumed that school closures was something that had to be encompassed and prepared for. And from what I can see of the department's thinking, they were indeed doing that.
And we're back to the document of the 15th of March.
Yeah, that's all I have to go. I mean, I don't have access to any other document.
And you do understand this, it's not just Mr. Slater saying it, it's the whole tenor of Sir Gavin Williamson's evidence as well, that he didn't seek assessment, for example, of the impact of school closures, because that had never been a direction given by you or given by the centre of government.
Well, I think that's, if you look at what I said in Cabinet, I think on the 11th of March, I may have got my dates wrong, but I say that we will come under increasing pressure to close schools. And I was always grimly reconciled to the possibility that we would have to do all sorts of things that I really didn't want to do. But I was also determined to try and keep schools open if I possibly could. And, I've got to say that given the huge damage that the closures have done, and given the loss of life chances that they've caused, you've got to ask yourself now whether we could have found other ways of reducing the budget of risk from COVID. Could there, if they were 10 to 20% of the R, was there some way of doing it without school closures? Now, all the advice I was getting was absolutely not. You've got to do this, and that they, along with everything else, school closures were unavoidable, and that's certainly how it seemed to me then.
I'm sure we'll come back to that, and particularly in relation to the decision to close schools on the 4th of January. But just before we leave this issue, you'll understand that one of the points that has been put across Module 8 of this inquiry is the question of whether or not, when it came to the most important decisions about children, so principally the decisions to close schools, whether the Department for Education was sufficiently a part of those decisions. In other words, did it have a seat at the table whenever those decisions were made? Do you recognise that as a problem in the decisions that you made to close schools?
The absence of the DFE at the table?
Yes, and because the Secretary of State for Education is ostensibly the minister who represents children's interests in government.
Well, at this distance in time, I'm afraid I don't remember any sense then that the DFE was absent. I think that they would have been involved in... the papers I've seen certainly suggest that the DFE was at all the relevant discussions about the possibility of school closures.
I think we'll come and maybe look at this a bit more closely when we look at the 4th of January, but I think the general point that's being made is that when it came to the ultimate decision whether to close schools, on the two occasions that arose on the 18th of March and the 4th of January, they didn't, as it were, have a seat at the table at that point, and therefore weren't able to represent the interests of children in the way that they would if they were present.
Well, I'm so sorry, I can't comment on that because it doesn't. I don't remember that. Normally speaking, that you'd expect a cabinet decision to include everybody.
Well, I think we'll come to whether they were cabinet decisions or whether effectively they were decisions taken by you and then communicated to cabinet. But if I can, I think it goes to a broader question of whether children's interests were sufficiently well represented when you made those decisions. And whether you have any reflection on that now as to whether you think that's the case.
Well, I had a personal horror, as I've said, of closing schools. I thought it was a nightmare thing to do, and I thought it would do a lot of damage to people who would find it, to the life chances of people who would find it most difficult to bounce back and to cope. And so a lot of the focus of what I tried to do was to try and remediate that. I know you want to ask about that later, but to try to compensate for what we'd sadly had to do, because it felt to me as though children who were not particularly vulnerable to COVID, were paying a huge price to protect the rest of society, and it was an awful thing. As I said, I wish it had been otherwise. I wish we could have found another solution.
I am going to come back to that question of sacrifice and the recovery of children, but just sticking, if I may, for a moment on decision-making or on your role. One of the things that Sir Gavin Williamson has been critical of, and he gave evidence about it, was the unilateral announcement that you made on the 10th of May about reopening primary schools. And what he has said was that was a unilateral decision, that he was told that you would make the announcement that you did on the 10th of May. And if I may just remind you of it, I think that you said that after half-term, we believe that we may be in a position to bring the phased reopening of shops and to get primary school pupils back into school in stages, beginning with reception year 1 and year 6. And Sir Gavin Williamson's criticism is that effectively he had been in negotiations and discussions with schools prior to that point, and that there was a delicate, and I'm summarising his evidence, that a delicate position was reached and there was understanding on the part of schools about who would return, i.e. it would just be those few year groups, and that effectively by your actions you damaged the work that he had done with schools and you undermined trust, because in making that statement you were promising something that you knew couldn't be delivered. That's the criticism he makes of you.
Right.
Do you accept that?
Well, I'm afraid I don't remember the details of that. Though it seems a bit paradoxical to be criticised both for wanting to close schools and for wanting to get them open. I would say that it was right, given where we were, in May. We'd been through a lot. It was clear that the R was coming down. We were going to be in a position to go through the stages of the roadmap to open up the country a bit, if not entirely. And I thought it was right to go ahead with getting kids back into school. And we did it to some extent. I think there were only some classes got back in. I think it was but I think it was totally the right thing to do, given the position we were at in the pandemic, and given the detriment that kids had already suffered. I think by that stage, from my memory, it would have become a bit controversial as to whether schools were safe, and there was a certain amount of politics about this. And I think that the unions, I may be doing them a disservice, and forgive me if I am, but I think that there was a certain amount of chuntering about whether or not it was wise to get kids back into school. I thought that the evidence was that it was safe and they should go back.
I don't think Sir Gavin Williamson's criticism of you was your ambition to have all schools back. I think his criticism of you was that you undermined trust in the Department for Education because you made that announcement unilaterally. It didn't reflect the agreement or the position he had reached with school leaders, and that you undermined confidence because you promised something that you knew at that point in time couldn't be delivered.
Right.
It couldn't be delivered.
What was that?
That because of the requirements of social distancing, this is what Gavin Williamson has said, that because of the requirements of social distancing, that what you were saying, in other words, flagging to parents and families that all children could go back, wasn't something that could be achieved, and you knew that.
Forgive me, but my memory of it is that we only got certain classes back.
Yes, but you had announced on the 10th of May, that's his criticism, that, and I put it to you, you said, we believe we may be in a position to begin the phased reopening of shops and get primary schools back into schools in stages, beginning with reception year 1 and year 6.
But that seems to me what we did.
You certainly got those years back. His criticism of you is the appearance that was given at that time that it would be possible to get all school children back, well, beginning with those years.
Just listening to what you've just read out, with great respect, sounds to me eerily like what we did and what Gavin had been negotiating with the teachers and the unions. So I'm not quite certain what this...
Well, it's his criticism, Mr.
Oh, right. Well, I don't know.
It's his criticism that you undermined confidence because you gave the impression and you flagged to families that children would be going back to primary school in all years when that wasn't possible. But that's what he's criticising. That's
not what you've just read out, though, because if I understood what you've just read out, and my memory of it is that there was going to be a staged process where we would get certain years back in advance of others. So I'm a bit at a loss as to... I
think your point is, Mr. Johnson, that you don't see that there was sufficient difference in what you announced to what Sir Gavin had been promising. Is that right?
It sounds to me that what I announced is what we did, and indeed what was common sense and what needed to be done. If it was the case that there was a negotiation going on between the DFE and the unions, which was going to preclude the possibility of kids going back, then clearly I was at variance with the DFE. But that would surprise me.
I'll move on, if I may, Mr. Johnson, to the next issue, which is that of assessment in the summer of 2020.
Yes.
Did you recognise that what happened in the summer of 2020 in terms of the assessment of children who were doing their GCSEs and A-levels was really damaging to those children in light of everything that they had already been through?
So I thought the whole business of scrapping exams was damaging, and it must have been bitterly disappointing to students who'd prepared and worked very, very hard. I didn't want to do it, and it was the logical concomitant of closing schools. So on March the 18th, it was part of the package, and we had no way around it. Certainly, that's my memory of the way it went. I did think, is there some way we could keep exams alive? But we couldn't, and so we had to find a way of adjudicating on the academic achievement of the kids that didn't involve an exam. And Ofqual came up with this system. I was not expert enough to comment on it, on whether it was viable or not, but plainly it let down a lot of kids whose grades didn't reflect their abilities and their achievements. And so to answer your question, yes, I regret very much, and amongst the things I regret and I take responsibility for, is that we got the wrong initial model for how to have a substitute exam. What I would say in our defence is it wasn't easy to come up with the right model.
But you must have been concerned, Mr. Johnson, about the ministerial response to what happened after the examination results came out.
Go on.
Were you concerned, for example, that the Scottish exams came out a period of time beforehand, and that, for example, Sir Gavin Williamson hadn't used that period of time in order to, for example, develop a strategy or an understanding about what would happen when the results came out in England?
I think that my memory of this is not perfect now,
yes.
But I think it became obvious to us that the algorithm had not worked, and it was producing lots of duff results. It was letting a lot of kids down, and my advice to the department, to Gavin, was just to find I said, whatever you can do that's fair to kids, we've got to go with that. In the end, the only solution was to scrap it and go back to centrally assessed grades.
But
and I think that was, so to answer your question, I think that was the right response.
But were you not concerned about everything that happened in between that point in time? In other words, the Scottish results came out. There were a series of U-turns, weren't there, on the part of Sir Gavin Williamson before the final decision was reached, that there would be that there would be the use of centrally assessed grades, correct?
Well, I think that the decision to go back to centrally assessed grades is on August the 17th from my memory, which is not that long after the results have started to come out, I don't think. So I think there was a period, there was certainly, everybody can remember it, though, clearly it's a long time ago now, but it was a period in which a lot of young people, a lot of kids were feeling very disheartened by getting grades that they didn't feel they deserved. And it was clear from looking at the data and from looking at what their teachers had been saying about them that they were probably right. And so we had to fix it. But I'm not certain how long the interval was between us realising that and deciding to scrap it and go with the CAG.
The whole thing was a disaster, wasn't it?
I certainly think that if you mean was COVID a disaster, yes, and was the whole was the loss of education a disaster? Yes. Was the loss of exams a disaster? Yes. Was the disappointment, anger, frustration of a large number of kids, of the additional frustration, a disaster? Yes, it was. But it has to be seen in the context of us trying to deal with a much, much bigger disaster. And that was the loss of learning and the loss of exams themselves. And it was plainly not easy to come up with a substitute system.
I was asking a very specific question about assessed grades and whether you accepted that was a particular disaster and a disaster for those young people.
Well, the centrally assessed grades would turn out to be the right way of doing it, but the algorithm plainly was a disaster. Yes.
You keep saying the algorithm, Mr. Johnson, but the algorithm, you do appreciate and understand that the algorithm was a design arrived at because it was the intention to moderate grades. Yes?
Yes.
And it was always the intention that if centre-assessed grades were judged to be too high, that they would be marked down. Yes?
I think as I understood the anxiety, it was that there would be a year, an abnormal year, in which there was such grade inflation as to devalue everybody's grades, and that was the problem. And it was so the reason I perfectly accept your point, but as I understood it, the reason for the algorithm was to try and avoid that disaster.
Yes, but the algorithm, that was the whole purpose and intent behind the algorithm. It was to mark grades down in the event that happened, correct?
I'm not here of course I'm here to defend what happened in government and every bit of it, but I don't the system that we came up with clearly failed and caused far too much disappointment and far too many people got the wrong grades. As I understand it, that arose from good intentions which were to try to protect the integrity of the examination system in a very, very difficult year and with nightmare consequences for kids' education, and to try to ensure that their qualifications would be as valuable in the future as those of any other year. That was the intention, and it failed in that intention. I perfectly accept. I think it was not done with bad intent.
I'm just going to ask if we may to turn to the paper that was drawn up afterwards by the Cabinet Office. This is at INQ 000137292, page 1, and we can see this is dated the 24th of August. Mr. Johnson, yes?
Yes.
And I think at paragraph 2, we can see it set out that there was an initial timeline and key documents. It said it's too early to draw firm conclusions. You will want to decide whether a lessons learned inquiry would be useful. And then it sets out some of the reasons why that would be a good thing, concluding at the end of that paragraph, plus we should properly understand what failed and would get credit for asking the question, do you want to see options? I think on that, I don't think there was a lessons learned inquiry, was there? No,
I think that the lesson that the department learned was pretty obvious, which is that the system that they came up with wasn't suitable for these types of emergencies.
I think if we go over the page, please, to paragraph 4. The document sets out some of the initial insights into what this sequence of events had demonstrated. So setting out, it's striking that none of the bigger picture questions about what the department was trying to achieve, i.e., or e.g. prioritising no-grade inflation, were tested at an early stage. And there's a significant contrast here with the more generous approach taken to other impacts, for example, furlough. So I think what this paper was demonstrating or explaining was that there were bigger lessons to learn in terms of the fairness toward children. Do you agree?
I think that was obvious from what happened, and I can only assume that the department will not be. Should we have another year where we can't stage exams in the way we want, I'm sure that the department will not be, and the government will not be going down this route again.
Did you understand that there was a critical issue, and it was one that had been raised by Sir John Coles, about the fairness of the approach that was being taken with this algorithm? Were you aware of that?
I don't think so. I think my memory of this is that the criticisms only really surfaced after the results started to come through. But at this distance in time, it's hard to be sure.
So you may not have known that Sir John Coles saw Sir Gavin Williamson, had a meeting with him in order to explain what he thought was unfair about the approach that was taken.
I'm so sorry. I don't remember that.
But in terms of what this paper was setting out, that it took the department a long time to accept the scale of the challenge and the impact of the pandemic and the potential problems it would cause for these students. Yes, do you accept that's what this paper is explaining?
I certainly think that the impact of the pandemic was very severe, and it was a nightmare for the department to understand exactly how they were going to respond, and particularly when it came to exams. I think that Gavin were doing their best with a particular solution that was designed to prevent grade inflation. That was one objective that they had in mind. In so doing, unfortunately, they caused all sorts of other problems, and the approach had to be reversed.
And it sets out, doesn't it, at the third bullet, many of the issues with the algorithm were known about and could have been corrected in advance of results day.
Well,
and then going on down a bit, the reasons why they were not are likely to include the department not owning this problem enough, the relationship between the department and Ofqual as independent regulator, the failure of the centre to hold the department and Ofqual to account, and the lack of technical scrutiny of the Ofqual model.
It seems to me that the department has got abundant explanation for the problems of the model it chose.
When you, in the aftermath of all of this, and given the consequences that the whole assessment issue had for children, you did realise, didn't you, and you did think that this raised question marks about the whole leadership of the Department for Education, that is right, isn't it?
I certainly thought that the public outcry, the level of disappointment, pain on the part of individual candidates was awful, and it's fair to say that yes, of course, I thought about whether there was a need to respond to that by changing people's jobs and so on and so forth, of course.
It was really undermining of public confidence, this issue, wasn't it?
I think that I can't comment on that. I don't have any evidence for that. I think that it certainly was very undermining for the confidence of kids who thought they deserved a better grade, and it was a bad system. I'm afraid that it was an accident of the great difficulties we faced in improvising in exceptionally difficult circumstances. And I think most people actually, and with great respect to what you say, I think most people, although they wanted it corrected and they wanted their individual students' interests looked after, I think most people could also see that.
Mr. Johnson, I'm not going to go back to the point about whether this was an accident or not, but if we just go to your messages about
well, so we wouldn't have set out to to scrap exams and have people's grades decided by this system.
No, but there was thought that could be given to what sort of algorithm you wanted, and the balance between trying to control grades and doing fairness to individual students. Do you accept that?
Yes, I imagine that there must have been such thought. I do, but I wasn't privy to it at the time.
But just turning to the leadership of the Department for Education, and I think we have this in your messages at INQ 00028 3369, page 37, and it's just at the top of that page. And it's only the message at the top of the page that matters. And it begins, we need a plan for the Department of Education, we need a perm sec, and we need better ministers. And quite frankly, we need an agenda of reform. We can't go on like this. I'm thinking of going into number 10 and firing people. Mr. Johnson, that reveals the truth, doesn't it, of what you thought about how the leadership of the Department for Education was during the pandemic.
It certainly reveals that I was at that particular moment when I fired off that particular intemperate message, I was in a very bad mood about what had happened. Yeah, that'd be fair.
And without going into the details of it, the permanent secretary did leave, correct?
That's correct.
But you didn't ask Sir Gavin Williamson to leave, did you?
Not then, no.
Ought you to have done?
Well, I think if I look back at the general handling of my beloved colleagues over the 3 years or 3 and a bit years I was in government, I can think of all sorts of changes I might have made, but. I don't think there's any point in speculating about it now. Except, I think that on the whole, given the difficulties that we faced, I think that the department under Gavin did a pretty heroic job in trying to cope with COVID, and that was my judgment.
After this happened, did you speak to young people or address them directly in order to express any regret about what had happened?
I'm so sorry. I'm sure I was interviewed about the matter repeatedly, but I cannot now remember what I said. But I'm sure I would have expressed the regret and contrition that I feel now. I mean, it was not a good system. We should not have put it through. We should have spotted it faster. I mean, I think that your criticisms are valid, all I would say is that, you know, you try coming up with a system to give a fair exam result for people when they can't sit exams. It's not easy, okay? That's all I would say.
It's really the broader question, Mr. Johnson, and the point has been made by other witnesses in Module 8 that you didn't, for example, have press conferences where you took questions from children or spoke to children. And I think the point has been made that
that's a good point.
In distinction to other political leaders who did make that effort to speak directly to children, that you didn't.
Well, that's if that's the case, then that's a criticism that I must accept. I mean, I remember doing lots of press conferences with young people, but I think that was before COVID. I've got to put my hands up. Maybe we should have done that.
Is there a reason why not to, though, Mr. Johnson?
I honestly, if I had to, I think we were trying to deal with a very difficult pandemic that was very dangerous for a lot of people in our country, and maybe I should have done as you suggest. I'm fairly certain that I spoke generally to everybody about my regret for what had happened. But no, I don't think I did a particular press conference for young people about it. That might have been a good thing to do.
At around this period of time, and when I say that, I mean the period leading up to school closure, to schools being reopened.
Yes.
So we're in and around the August of 2020. I don't think I need to bring you to this. It was a document that was put before Sir Gavin Williamson, but it seems that there was a deliberate tactical decision not to inform schools of the existence of a fallback plan when they were reopening. I can show you the document.
Yes, I know. I think I know what you're referring to. Yes.
I don't want to mislead you, but I think that the point is made about that would be made about that is that it was really unfair to schools to keep them in the dark about having a fallback plan at the time that you were asking them to reopen. I don't know. I think I can remember the document you're talking about. I don't think the intention was to keep them in the dark if it had genuinely seemed that we weren't going to be able to proceed with the roadmap and that they would have to reopen. And clearly, as soon as that had become obvious, we would have enlisted the whole sector, gone public, and got people going. I think that if you remember when the schools closed, there was a lot of fraying around the edges before the actual decision, and we've discussed already the difficulties of the period from May when we do the June the 1st partial reopenings. There was a lot of politics in all this. And my anxiety was just, I think, as far as we could, to keep it simple. And, until such time as we were going to have to change tack, we should keep on the course we were on. My lady, is that an appropriate moment?
Certainly, Mr. Johnson, remember we take regular breaks. That sounds like you take some water as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I shall return at 11:30. I promise you we will complete your evidence by lunchtime.
Thank you. Thank you.
All rise.
Thank you.
Stubborn.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Johnson, may I turn then to a completely different subject, which is that of the closure of schools as announced on the 4th of January 2021. You must have been really keen to ensure that the calamitous closure of schools as occurred in March 2020 wasn't repeated again. Would that be
Absolutely. It was the last thing I wanted to do, of course.
And Miss Susan Ackland Hood has given evidence that over the course of December, two things happened. First of all, that there was an increasing ask on the Department for Education in terms of the amount of testing that it would have to ensure was provided. Do you recollect that?
Yes, absolutely. And that was very much in the context of the period at the second half of 2020, when we started to get very interested in mass testing as a way of reopening settings, schools and other things. And it's absolutely correct that I wanted to see mass testing in schools as part of the way of getting schools open.
And I think what she gave evidence of was a very specific set of increases in the ask that was being made of the Department for Education, which in turn became the ask being made of schools. Do you recollect that?
I do, and I remember that it wasn't easy, and I think that the department, again, I think the department acquitted themselves heroically in this respect. I think they really tried to get mass testing going. I think they stood up a huge amount of facilities very, very fast. But as I'm sure you're coming to, that it was just never going to be a runner because of the Alpha, the Kent variant.
I'll turn to that. The other point that she made and developed in her evidence was that in terms of the manpower to provide the testing, that it became clear that that would also have to be provided, as it were, largely by the Department for Education, but in reality it would have to be provided by schools. Again, does that accord with your memory?
It does, and I was conscious of the extra burden we were putting on teachers, and as you know, the way the schools work in this country, what the man and woman in Whitehall says doesn't necessarily follow everywhere, and it's a very complicated system. But on the whole, the schools did stand up a quite extraordinary amount of testing capability.
So, Mr. Johnson, we've heard the Department for Education perspective on the events leading up to the 4th of January, and we've heard the perspective of Professor Sir Chris Whitty as well. I think it's important that the inquiry also hears your evidence about your perspective on it. But can I take you, and just to set the scene, to a document that we have at INQ 0009 1147. This wasn't a document addressed to you, Mr. Johnson, because it was the chair's brief for this COVID-0 meeting of the 16th of December 2020. But we can see underneath the introduction that you had given a strong steer that you would like the return to face-to-face attendance to be staggered and for testing to be used as fully as possible to support this. Yes?
Yes.
And if we look at the last bullet in that sequence, that we are all well aware that this is a major delivery challenge, correct?
Yes.
And I think if we go over the page, please, to the background, and if we look at the second bullet, it records that the Education Secretary had spoken to you that morning, that there had been agreement about who would go back and the testing in place. And then beneath that there were significant delivery challenges, correct?
Yes.
And it says at the bottom of that paragraph, the biggest issue to resolve is workforce. There is not yet agreement as to where this will come from. Teaching, military, other surge workforce, etc. And therefore the Department of Health and Social Care Secretary of State didn't want to put his name to the paper, correct? Do you remember that there was...
I remember the difficulties in standing up the testing operation. And I remember the department really straining to get it done. But what I also remember is that in the end, I think they were in a position to deliver. I remember, though I can't remember the ins and outs of it, I remember a conversation about the MACA and whether we'd use the army or not. But I think it ended up with the schools doing it.
And do you recollect the tensions at this time between the Secretary of State for Health and the Secretary of State for Education in terms of trying to resolve where this manpower would come from?
I'm sorry, I don't remember the specifics of that.
All right, and I think if we go to the position that was reached then on the 28th of December, and we have this at INQ 000075504. And again, Mr. Johnson, just to help with your memory of this, we can see that this is an email of the 28th of December.
28th, right.
Yes, from a Miss Burns from number 10. And obviously by this stage, it's very clear, isn't it, that the new variant was what was driving transmission, correct?
Yes, that's right. I mean, the documents I've just looked at to refresh my memory suggested that really the penny sort of started to drop on the 22nd, but yes, I think it was very clear by the 28th.
All right. And if we if we look at the second paragraph below those first set of bullets, that the Education Secretary had set out the social cost of closing schools. And then below that we see again the 4 bullets for getting schools back, yes?
Yes.
And we can see here the plan set out that in terms of secondary schools that there would be a delay until the 18th of January to get all of the children back.
Yes.
And then that there would be the weekly testing of of pupils, yes?
Yes. Is this the 28th still?
It is, yes. And I think if we go over the page, please. This is quite a long section, Mr. Johnson, and I won't read all of it out. But I think we can see here some of the different arguments being ventilated. So the first part of that page, we can see set out the Secretary of State for Health's arguments. Yes?
Yes.
So that it would be that the 18th of January might be too soon, and seeking a clear decision at this point. Yes?
Yes.
And is that right? Was he effectively arguing that a decision ought to be made around that date as to whether or not schools should in fact reopen in the January?
Look, I think you can generally take it during this period that there's... I can't remember the specifics about the issue on testing between DFE and Department of Health, but... there's generally a tension about, whether it's going to be sensible to open up and how fast, or as soon as we see the Kent variant, the Alpha variant, and I don't remember Matt saying that, but it seems entirely plausible.
Okay, and if we just read this down, and if we drop down a couple of paragraphs, we can see reference to the advice that was being given by the Chief Scientific Advisor. And if we follow that down by a couple of sentences, he was advising, we know that children do transmit and take it back into households, and that when half-term occurs, there is a decrease in spread, so advising that school closures do have an effect, correct?
Yes. Then why are we talking about half term now? Because we got Christmas.
I think he's talking about retrospectively. It can be seen that half term has an effect.
Yes, right.
And then after that, we can also see the advice being provided by the Chief Medical Officer as well, who was also advising that it was regional differences at this point in time that was making the decision difficult, correct?
That looks the kind of, yes, I mean, I'm sure that's right.
But may I just focus then on the last paragraph of this section? In conclusion, the Prime Minister understood the DFE proposal and thought that mass testing proposal sounded positive, although overall he could also see the arguments for having a lower risk appetite on opening. Decisions would need to be taken in the round this week. And then we can see set out in the meantime on schools specifically, he would like to urgently see the delivery plan on testing in every school for the start of term, as well as understanding the precise policy, i.e. are we compelling individual schools, how, what's the form of words he could use, and whether weekly testing is deliverable, and what could be done to make that happen. And then we can see, please can the DFE provide a note on the above, working with test and trace for 6:30 p.m. And I think we can see that that email was sent by 3:30, was sent at 3:30 p.m. So again, does that correspond with your memory, Mr. Johnson, that even as at this date,
what date is this now?
28th of December,
yeah.
that there wasn't a clear plan as far as you were concerned for testing in schools, and that you were still seeking clarification as to what such a plan would look like?
Yes, I think I was seeking clarification, but I don't think that that meant that I thought that it was undeliverable. I mean, my impression was that they were making progress and that they were going to be able to stand up testing. And I maybe I'm wrong. I think that was the testimony of Mrs. Ackland Hood as well, but I might be wrong about that.
Well, I'm just testing at the moment what your understanding was on the 28th of December, because some of the questions that seem to be asked by you at this point seem like quite fundamental questions.
Sure, and quite rightly, but I don't. All I'm trying to say is, from the best of my memory, that doesn't mean that I thought that the plan was necessarily undeliverable. You know, I wanted to make sure that we belt and braced it, that it was all ready to go, but I wasn't going to junk it.
And can you help with why at this point? I mean, it very much appears to be the case, and borne out by what Miss Ackland Hood explained, that this massive effort was very much on the shoulders of the Department for Education and schools, as opposed to being a more shared effort. Why was it? Why had it fallen principally to the department and to schools to deliver this massive?
Well, they had to test. They had to
regime.
test secondary school kids going back into secondary school, which was going to be, you know, I think we had a plan to stagger that anyway. I didn't think it was such an unreasonable thing to ask. I know it was onerous, but I believe they could do it given the alternative, and the alternative was again more loss of learning, greater detriment to their pupils, about which they cared passionately, and as did we all.
Yes, but Miss Ackland's had evidence about that was that she felt they were asking something deeply unreasonable of schools. You know, in other words, the teachers were there to teach the children. They weren't there to implement a mass testing regime in secondary schools, although her evidence is that nonetheless schools rose to the challenge.
I think they did.
And I think, again, it's coming back to the point, Mr. Johnson, about the importance that was attached to this or not by government in terms of getting children back to school.
Well, I think huge importance was attached to it, and that's why we kept going with the policy in spite of the obvious difficulties. And if you look at we were in an environment where the numbers of cases were starting to rise quite sharply, and I also knew, of course, that we were going to have the vaccines coming down the track at some point. It seemed to me that this was, I knew it was a huge effort, but it was worth it just to get the kids back in school. And if we could use my plan was to try to use mass testing as I told the inquiry before, as a way to try to reopen society. And in the end, that didn't work, and it was superseded by the vaccines. But in the second half of 2020, that was the only shot we had. Mass testing was the only way through for the country that I could see, and so that was why it was simple. Now, on should DHSC have done it? Should the Army have done it? Should some other body have done it to relieve the pressure on teachers and schools? Very possibly. I can't, I'm afraid, now go into the arguments, because I simply can't at this stage recollect them. I can imagine that health and social care staff were very heavily engaged doing other things, as were the others. But I can't give you the balance of the arguments now. We had to, if we could stand up testing in schools, we had to do it if we possibly could, and that was the plan. We were beaten by Alpha.
And may I ask you, were you satisfied ultimately that the plans for schools, despite the enormous ask of teachers, were you satisfied that they were sufficiently robust? That they
the plans for testing?
Yes, that they did have a chance. I mean, obviously that changed, but in terms of the plans that you had asked for and the increased ask, were you satisfied that the Department for Education was in the position of being able to deliver that?
My memory is I had confidence in them and in what they were doing. It's clear from those questions that I'm pushing them so that I'm going to be in a position to get, because the public will be extremely interested and concerned to hear about their kids being tested in school. They're going to want to know who's in charge, how it works, and all sorts of things. I need to know the details. So I think that's why I'm asking those questions. I'm going to have to explain it.
Yes, but you're asking the really basic question of can we actually do weekly testing in schools?
Yes, and I think the answer was yes, but it was tough. But many of the things that we faced in COVID were extremely tough.
And was the position reached then once again that you were effectively overtaken by events? Because on the 30th of December, in fact, you had to start closing primary schools in different parts of England.
It was an absolute. It was. I mean, of all the really, really low moments it was terrible, that whole period, because I could see the cavalry coming over the hill in the form of the vaccines. I thought mass testing offered a way forward, but it was clear that the January spike, I think, was bigger than the April spike of 2020, and I mean, that plan to open on January the 4th, staggered, was defeated by Alpha.
Was it the worst of all worlds then that some primary schools around the country opened on the 4th of January only to have to close again that day because of the reversal of position? Yes,
but it was, and I'm very sorry to them for their efforts that were in vain. But the inquiry was asking, I'm sure you are, about were there other options we could have used then at any stage to reduce the R other than closing schools? Was that really the right tool to use? Looking back, honestly, I'm not certain, but at the time, it seemed like the only option. If the risk was, if we had another doubling, we would see a very serious number of fatalities, and then another doubling. And we had to get the R below 1. I think that's what people sometimes forget, that why something, a relatively small thing like closing schools, it can take the speed out of the circulation and make all the difference. Otherwise, sorry.
No, sorry, I was interrupting you. Sorry.
Well, no, but otherwise, mathematically, it either doubles or halves.
That I certainly follow. Mr. Johnson, can I ask, why was it that the decision had to wait, so that to close had to wait? So in other words, they opened, the primary schools opened 4th of January and then closed that night. Could the decision not have been taken earlier, that you were forced to close?
I'm sure, look, with hindsight, my lady, of course it could have been taken earlier, and it would have looked better and have felt less bumpy to everybody had it been taken earlier. Of course, that's right. But at the time, it wasn't as obvious to me as it seems now. At the time, I was still very much divided and very, very keen, as indeed was Gavin Williamson, to see if we could keep going.
Just turning to Sir Gavin Williamson, what he sets out in his witness statement, and perhaps we can just bring this up for ease. It's at INQ 000 588 024, please. Page 83. And paragraph 10.26. Just to highlight, Mr. Johnson, I think the point about how 11th hour this decision actually was. His evidence is that when he spoke to you on the morning of the 4th of January 2021, your message to him was about keeping schools open and doing everything to ensure that that remained the position, and that he explained that something like 85% of schools had actually opened. So in other words, saying...
looking at that, I can understand how a Secretary of State would feel frustrated. Of course, I totally understand that, and It was a very, very difficult situation, and we had to take decisions throughout the pandemic based on our best judgment of the way things were at the time, and that inevitably changed. And that was the day, sadly, when it became clear to me that we couldn't continue with a policy of opening the schools. Now, maybe it should have occurred to me, maybe I should have resolved that earlier in my mind, but that's easy to say with hindsight. I wondered if I possibly could to keep them open.
If we just look, please, at what he says at just after that, please, at paragraph 10.27, he says that he receives a phone call from Mr. Rosenfield at 12:30 that day to tell him that, in fact, schools would close. So I think, Mr. Johnson, to come full circle on the point that was made at the very start of your evidence, and this question of whether or not the Department for Education was at the table when some of these most significant decisions were made, I think we see here that they weren't at the table and that you told him that schools would close. That is right, isn't it?
Yes, and that's absolutely right. And I think you're looking at the reality of the way things have to run in government, and particularly during a pandemic. Gavin rightly owned the interests of schools and young people. He had to promote that. I had the problem of trying to balance the interests of the entire country and every single potential COVID victim. And it was hellishly difficult. And of course, I think Gavin has said, I think my instincts were, my inclinations were very much the same as his, but in the end, we had to take the public health issue into account, and we had to put it first. I'm sorry, but we had to put it first.
So if we just, in terms of going to the meeting where the decision was made, then we have that at INQ 000146739, please. And I think that we can see from the top of this that it's the 4th of January and it's the COVID-0 meeting. Is that right?
It sounds right, yes.
And we can see that those present are Sir Michael Gove, the Chancellor, and the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, correct?
Yes.
And various officials. And I think that if we go over the page then, please, to page 4. And I think it's the penultimate paragraph, Mr. Johnson. We can see here the Director General for Strategy in the COVID-19 Task Force said that there were big choices for the Committee on Schools. Yes, so returning to the question of whether schools should reopen after the 18th of January, yes? That's secondary schools, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And I think as well, if we look in terms of the things that were discussed during that meeting, if we look at B, for example, so in discussion, sorry, it's page 5. It sets out all of the things that were discussed. And for example, we see at B, it was always better to surprise on the upside rather than the downside. Therefore, government should act quickly and robustly to close all schools. Further on down, there was mass flagrant abuse of the rules, and unless measures taken were even tougher than in March, they would not be taken seriously. Yes?
Yes, I don't remember that particular intervention, but that does not surprise me at all.
And then a few paragraphs down from this paragraph E, any intervention would only be successful if it succeeded in changing public behaviour, yes?
Yes.
And then the reference there underneath it, G, that deaths had increased by 25% within a week, yes? So the stark public health issue that you had to confront, correct?
Correct.
And then if we go over the page, please, to H, the suggestion that schools could resume face-to-face learning for all students at the end of January, from the February half term, or from the end of February, yes.
Right. Yes. Yes.
And I don't think we need to go through the whole of this document, but it is right, isn't it, that at the end of this meeting you then decided that you would close schools to all children once again, correct?
Yes. Yes. I think that's right. This is the 4th of.
Yes, it
yes,
is.
Absolutely. Yes.
And it obviously fits in with what Sir Gavin Williamson has said, that he spoke to you first thing in the morning when it was, your message was, yes, schools are staying open, full steam ahead, so to speak, only for him to be told a couple of hours later that that was no longer the case, yes?
That's correct.
And that this was the meeting that happened in between to change the direction of travel, yes?
There I'm not certain, but it looks,
fits
there
with
would be plenty of discussions going on throughout the day and people bringing me bits of information, but that could well be how it happened. Yes, I just can't remember.
But I think, Mr. Johnson, from everything you've said, you didn't see any issue about taking this decision on the 4th of January without having the Department for Education at the table to speak to any of these issues about education or when schools might be able to reopen or any of the other issues that were relevant.
If you look at so I'd spent the day in contact with Gavin, I think by our own account of this thing. This day, I'm talking to him in the morning. I'm well aware of his position. I'm well aware of his concerns, and we've been talking about it the whole time, continuously. And as I said, I shared his instincts and understood very much what his message was. There was no need for I didn't need to hear him directly in my ear to understand what he would feel about this. But it was clear to me that because of Alpha, the balance of the argument had shifted, and I could have. I had no option. Given the facts as they presented themselves that day. I felt I had no option but to close down and or to prevent the reopening of schools. Imagine the kind of factual. Imagine, well, you know, there's no need for me to go through it.
Mr. Johnson, Sir Gavin Williamson has been very critical of the decisions to close schools on the 4th of January.
And I understand why he feels as he does. And he's, you know, people are. He was the Secretary of State for Education. He wanted to see kids in school, and that's entirely laudable.
I mean, what he has said is that the decision was made, and I'm paraphrasing, but I hope accurately, that the decision was made not because it would have a significant impact on the infection rate, but more because the government had to be seen to be using all possible options to turn things around.
Well, again, I respectfully disagree, because although the schools themselves might make up a small part of the budget of measures that you need to press the R, it can be critical. And the problem with bringing the schools back, as everybody knows, is that there's a delay because of when the virus starts circulating in schools. There's a delay between the kids contracting it and then passing it on, and then the adults being infected. And so you're storing up potentially very, very big problems. And I think I understand his frustration, and it's a proper frustration on the part of a Secretary of State with a department to run who's thinking about kids and their interests.
He said that it had, and I mean the closure of schools in January 2021 was likened to smashing a Ming vase on the floor. So in other words, that you had to do something. You had to make a bold move and something dramatic in order to get the public.
We had to stop a second doubling of a doubling of the wave. I think the paper we've just been looking at said there'd been a 25% increase in deaths overnight. I think I may have got that wrong. You can't ignore that sort of data.
And again, I'm putting the criticisms, Mr. Johnson, he makes, but he said that it was a panic decision and that it wasn't required.
Well, you know, I respectfully disagree. It grieved everybody to have to do it. It's the last thing I wanted to do. But the numbers were very difficult to argue with.
Can I ask, as far as you were concerned, in January 21, was there a direct causative link between closing schools and reducing the R number? Or was it the effect of closing schools on the public messaging, which seemed to be what one of the papers...
The Ming vase point?
Yeah.
No, I think it was... well, I mean, obviously it was both. It was both. But as I understood it, the schools alone could take about 10 or 20% out of the R. So if the R is 1.1, that obviously gets you halving rather than doubling, and that's a critical thing.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, I think from everything you have said, that you accept that these periods of school closure had the most awful impact on all children in England of school age, and also more a disproportionate impact on those most disadvantaged children in our society. And it was for that reason, wasn't it, that you appointed Sir Kevin Collins as Educational Recovery Commissioner, is that right?
Yeah.
Just before we go on to his to your evidence about his appointment and his recovery plan, I just wanted to refer to an account that was given to the inquiry in its Every Story Matters piece of work. And this was selected because, on the one hand, it's probably a story that isn't that out of the ordinary for many young people, but
I read it. It's about the footballer.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm just going to, maybe if we bring that up on screen, please. But the parent who set out, my eldest son was expected to get scouted at 16 by a football club, but lockdown started shortly after his 16th birthday. After many months without intense training, his fitness and skills dropped, and he feels he was robbed of the chance to make it. This caused him to become depressed. Along with having missed his school leaving, GCSEs being ruined, not seeing his girlfriend, and all his social life being put to an end, his depression levels started to rise. One evening in July 2020, I got a call from his friend's mum saying he was threatening to attempt suicide and had gone out at 2 a.m. to a wood. Thankfully, he had told his friend, who went out to find him, and we quickly sought mental health support privately. So there are probably many stories like that across England, but extraordinary for the family who finds themselves in that situation, yes.
Terrible, yes.
And the impacts, obviously, there were educational impacts, but the impacts went far, far beyond that, didn't they?
They did, and it was one of the reasons, whether the main reason, why I was so deeply reluctant to go with school closures throughout the time, because after the first lockdown, I went to see a school in. I saw several, but I remember going to one in Kent and talking to the kids. It was obvious that some had been fine, and some had been very far from fine. And I'd say the most had been fine, but a significant number of kids were very badly affected by this thing, and it was very difficult to remediate. And we did our best, as I've said out in my statement.
Do you think the consequences proved to be worse than you anticipated?
That's a good question. I think that they were certainly as bad as they were certainly on the worst end of my expectations. Some of the things that happened, yeah.
So the appointment of Sir Kevin Collins was a chance, wasn't it, to help children recover and to compensate for the sacrifice that they had made, which was largely for the benefit of everyone else in society. Do you agree? And Sir Kevin Collins, and we can bring this up quickly, I think, it's at INQ 000 542 716, page 1, please. This is a very neat visual representation of what he was suggesting by way of his recovery plan. Do you agree?
Yes, absolutely.
And the one thing that I think he placed a real premium on, and we'll come to this in terms of its cost, was adding to the time that children would have in school. Thank you, that can come down. And one of the reasons he was keen that children have time in school was because it would afford the opportunity for other enrichment activities. Correct?
Absolutely.
It wasn't just getting kids back to school so that they can do maths. It was about all of the other activities that help children's development. And I think we see in Sir Kevin Collins' statement, and again, if we could bring this up briefly, please, INQ 000 64 9897. And I think we can take it, please, from page 8. thank you, paragraph 3.13 and 3.14. He sets out in the course of this statement, Mr. Johnson, and I know you've seen it, about the contact he kept with you in order to be able to keep you updated with the plans that he had, correct?
That's right.
And do you accept that one of the reasons he did that was because effectively he wanted to keep you on board with them?
Yes.
And thank you, that can come down. And he sets that out. Sorry, if we could keep the statement up. He sets out from paragraph 3.23 onwards about the updating that he provided to you. It's 3.23. So he sets out here, I won't read through all of this, Mr. Johnson, but that he had sent you a note on the 26th of February, and where he had sets out here the amount of loss that school closures had produced, the economic loss. And if we could just carry on, please. At 3.24, he explains that he set out the pillars of his plan. Thank you. At 3.25, I think an endorsing note from you that you were pleased with his direction of travel. And then at 3.26 and 3.27, he explains that he also made clear the costs of his plans as well, correct?
Yes.
And I think importantly, for our purposes, he sets that out at 3.27. So in other words, on the 5th of March,
Yes.
he had provided the costings. And he explains, and again, we can take this from 3.39, please. That he sent you a note on the 14th of May setting out the overall cost of his plans, correct?
Yes.
So the maximal cost and the least cost, and I think he sets out at 3.40 that would have come as no surprise to you.
Yes.
Because he had set that out a number of months before, correct?
Yes.
And it's right, Mr. Johnson, isn't it, that after this point, the plans were steadily whittled down?
Yes, and not surprisingly, because 15.9 billion is a lot of money, but yes.
Yes, well, I think the question is, why didn't you say that in the March of 2021 when he was developing those plans?
Well, because I wanted to test his proposals, and I wanted to see the evidential basis for what he was arguing for. And you've made a point about timing and time in schools. And it's absolutely true that on the whole, the more time kids can spend in schools, the better it's going to be for them. And they'll, as you say, they will have opportunities to do things that will be of value. However, I think the overall cost of the time component of his proposals was the thick end of it. I mean, it was like 2/3, if not more, was the time. I may be wrong about that, but my memory it was a huge amount went on that proposal alone. And when I dug into it, the evidence for the remedial benefits for individual kids who'd suffered detriment to their learning was not very strong. And that was the point that was put to me both by the department and by my officials.
The department, sorry, forgive me.
So I had to make a difficult choice. It's not for the first time. We just spent 480 billion already on COVID. The country, even now, is struggling with a huge debt burden, which is putting up the cost of interest rates for everybody in this country. Just to throw another 10 billion on something for which the evidential basis is not very strong is not something that you should normally be doing. There was a policy in Kevin's plan, and I'm grateful to him. And I think he did, and you know, he was doing the right thing by his profession and by his beliefs in trying to get the maximum money out of government, out of me. What he did was entirely reasonable, but my job was to try and sort out what was really practical and sensible from what was going to be very difficult in a very tough fiscal environment. And so I thought that the direct targeted teaching to try to help individuals who had fallen behind sounded like a much better use of public money. And that was what we went for. And we spent very considerable sums on that. And I think it was the right thing to do on the tutoring programme. I still think it's the right thing to do.
I mean, what he was setting out to you over the course of months was his rationale as to why he put a premium on time and why he thought it was so important that children had that extra time in school, including so that they could do enrichment activities.
Yeah, I understand.
In other words, the longer
I understand that completely, but it just didn't cohere with other advice I was being given about the benefits of the three offers.
If we just look at his resignation letter, which is at INQ 000 542974. Because it's right, isn't it, Mr. Johnson, that when he saw how much the plans had been whittled down and the amount of proposed spending, that he felt his position was untenable, correct?
Well, to be fair to Kevin, he'd done his job. You might say his position was untenable, but he was functus officio, as they say. He'd done it. You know, he produced his report, and it was very, very good. But clearly, he was aiming very high.
Well, he wasn't functus because he resigned, correct? And you had wanted him to stay on, hadn't you, and to endorse the plans?
Well, that would have been great, but that would have been great. Yes, look, I mean, of course, I regret his resignation, but I mean, he'd done what I needed to do. He'd done a great deal of work, and I'm very grateful to him because he had looked genuinely and hard at how you could help kids who'd suffered from COVID. Now, I had to put that through our Mincer and work out what was really valuable and where we would end up. And the advice I was being given was that the policy with the greatest benefits was the targeted teaching.
Just looking at his resignation letter, and again, I won't read all of this out. He sets out at the third paragraph about your ambition to recover the lost learning, and sets out that he then, I think, regarded that as his responsibility to try and deliver it. That he set out in the paragraph, we see this in the paragraph below, I told you I do not believe it will be possible to deliver a successful recovery without significantly greater support than the government has to date indicated it intends to provide, and setting out his fear that it was a false economy. And then that paragraph below, I believe our approach to recovery should also offer children opportunities to re-engage with sport, music and the rich range of activities that define a great education. I proposed extending school time as a way to provide this breadth, as well as to ensure that additional academic support does not cause existing enrichment activities to be squeezed out. And then goes on to set out at the end, I suppose, the rationale for his resignation. I do not believe it's credible that a successful recovery can be achieved with a programme of support of this size.
Well, I really am grateful to Kevin for what he did, and I respect his opinion. And yeah, look, in an ideal world, clearly we would all like to see all our children better provided for all the things that he he mentions. There are huge sums that we could and probably should spend. The difficulty is that we have a very, certainly post-COVID, a very constrained fiscal position, and we have to, the government today has to be mindful of the bond markets. Why is Rachel Reeves continually talking about putting taxes up? It's because if she doesn't, the international finance will mark Britain down, and if she's seen to spend too much, they'll mark Britain down. I would love to of course, to do much more to support kids across the country, but I had to look at what was genuinely going to provide value for money, and I looked at it very hard and agreed that we could spend several billion, which we did, on tutoring, and I think help about 3 million kids, 3 million pupils, with a huge number of interventions, and really make a big difference. And actually, I think that direct tutoring, one-on-one coaching, inspiring kids in that way, can be massively, massively beneficial. And I think that for it's the tutoring generally has been for too long the preserve of the ambitious parents or people with the resources to do it. And I wanted to level up. I wanted to give other kids that opportunity. And Kevin was very helpful in setting out how we could do that.
And do you accept that the package fell below what was required to really help
look, I see why he's saying that. I don't necessarily accept that. I think that circumstances were very difficult. We had to maximise taxpayer value and deliver the best we could for kids.
Do you accept that you led Sir Kevin Collins on?
Yes.
Over a period of months?
Yes, I did. Because I wanted him to produce his wish list. I liked him. I liked him. I thought, I saw eye to eye with him on what he wanted to do in many ways, and so I wanted to hear from him what, in an ideal world, he would do, and that's what he produced. And in my view, it was simply the parts that he mentions in that letter were too expensive and didn't have the same impact as some of the other proposals.
I think what you said in a message to Miss Misra, who worked within Downing Street.
Yeah, Mirza, yeah.
Mirza, forgive me. You said to her in a message, I don't think I need to go to it. I did encourage him and allowed myself to be carried away, and he thought he was on to a big winner, correct?
That sounds like a pretty fair summary, yes.
So, I mean, for all the protestations about regret and the cost borne by children, you seem to shrug off this episode as though it were almost...
No, on the contrary. On the contrary, I think that... Again, you've got an educationalist and a passionate educationalist whose life is dedicated to trying to secure more funding from government for what he rightly thinks are the most important objectives in life, and who's put a big project on my table with a big number attached to it. But I'm in a different position. I share his desire. But I'm limited by the position we're in, and also by the need to be mindful of taxpayer value, and frankly, to get for kids the best outcome. Because I think that, and maybe I'm wrong, but my impression was, talking to a lot of people, that the targeted teaching thing was a more effective way of helping than the timing.
Mr. Johnson, I'm going to move on. Your statement, and this is the final question I want to ask you, your statement reflects, I think, your concern or the anxiety that you have about the closures of school to most children. And you say that one of my biggest anxieties now is that I'm not sure how many lives non-pharmaceutical interventions end up saving. But reflecting on everything and in terms of the evidence that you've given today, it does seem clear that you thought that it was right to close schools to most children in March 2020 and in January 2021 because it would save lives. Is that right?
I did, and I still do. Though I think what I would now say is, and I know the inquiry will want to think about future people who find themselves in the position I was in. Given the detriments, given the suffering, given the damage, was there another way of reducing the budget of risk? Was there another thing we could have done? Was there another shot we could have played? And I don't know the answer to that. Nor can I really be certain what would have happened if we'd gone with what Gavin and the DfE wanted on January the 4th, 2021, and kept going. What would really have happened? I can't know. None of us can know. But the predictions were really grim.
My lady, those are my questions. Great.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Owen. Ms. Hannett's just there, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, I appear on behalf of Long COVID Kids and Long COVID Kids Scotland. In the summer of 2021, at the point of preparing for the lifting of restrictions, you were advised about paediatric long COVID. You were advised several times that the rates of long COVID in children would rise. I'm going to show you one example of that advice. There's a document dated the 7th of July, prepared by the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. If you could have that up on the screen, please. It's INQ 000607384. It's a document entitled Planning for Periods of High Prevalence. If we could go to page 3, please. Paragraph 6, Roman 1, letter D, long COVID in children. You'll see it says, children represent a large unvaccinated population. We can expect cases to rise rapidly in the group. By this point, so summer 2021, it's right that the government should have provided parents with the information it held about the accepted risk of paediatric long COVID. Instead, there was no formal announcement or advice by government given about this risk, either then or indeed at all.
Well, thank you very much, and I want to repeat my sympathies for the sufferers of long COVID, which, as everybody knows, it took me personally as Prime Minister some time to establish, and the facts about long COVID it took a while to be produced for me. And if we had this before, my lady, with the requests I made for a paper on it. As for long COVID in children, I honestly don't remember being advised about the impacts of long COVID of COVID-19 in children, and I just wonder whether this sentence, the long-term impacts of COVID-19 on children are largely known, but several reports point to the existence of long COVID in children. I'm confused by that sentence. I have to.
Can I put it this way, Mr.
Admit,
Johnson?
and I wonder whether it contains a mistake, because
Mr. Johnson, you'll forgive me. I've got limited time. Can I just follow up in this way? It's right that the inquiry has before it a number of pieces of advice from summer of 2021 that set out the risk of long COVID to children. The government never communicated that risk to parents in summer of 2021. Do you accept that it ought to have done so?
Well, certainly, if we had advice about the particular risks of long COVID in children, then we should have done so. All I can say is that this. I'm not quite clear what this particular sentence is saying, but I suspect that it contains a mistake, and that the word children there should be adults. But if you read
Johnson,
it,
we have to take it as it says. It says long COVID in children, doesn't it? That's the starting point of the paragraph. I think we have to accept that the person who wrote it meant children.
It's not quite clear what it's trying to say in that case, but yes.
My lady, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Hannett. Mr Broach. Mr Broach is over there, Mr Johnson.
Thank you, my lady. Mr Johnson, I have questions for you on behalf of the children's rights organisations. There's no doubt the government was under immense pressure in the early stages of the pandemic. But as time went on, there was space to reflect and make more considered decisions. Scotland and Wales, for example, considered the impact of non-pharmaceutical interventions on children and made decisions to exempt them from restrictions on social gatherings. In England, calls to do the same, for example, in relation to the rule of six, came from our organisations. The Children's Commission rule was supported by SAGE. And yet, despite there being no scientific evidence for the precise rules of six, for example, children were not exempted. And we would say this is just one example of a sustained pattern of applying the same restrictions to children in England as to adults. Would you accept the reality was the government didn't consider children as rights holders in their own right and was seeing them merely through the lens of virus transmission and prioritising enforcement of the rules?
I think that you're making a fair point about the rules generally. I think that looking back on it all, the whole lockdowns, the intricacy of the rules, the rule of six, the complexity, particularly for children, I think we probably did go too far, and it was far too elaborate. Maybe we could have found a way of exempting children. It's a very fair point.
Thank you, Mr Johnson. In his evidence yesterday, Professor Whitty described that there was a budget of allowances and it was open to the government to decide how essentially to spend those allowances. Would you accept the government should have spent more of the social allowances in relation to children rather than focusing on matters that would have benefited adults and the economy?
I do think that should be given much greater consideration. Look, I mean, I think we're going to have to, if hopefully this thing never happens again, but if we have to do anything like this again, I think we're really going to have to consider the whole NPI system, lockdowns, whether we want to go down that route at all, particularly whether we want to close schools, because, you know, it really should be a measure of last resort. In the budget of allowances that you speak of, it should be the very last one to be spent, to be used, and we've got to find better ways of doing this.
Throughout the entire course of the pandemic, in the various measures that were taken, at no point did the government guidance ever explicitly state that children playing was considered exercise, and that parents supervising their children while playing or exercising was a valid reason to leave the house. The inquiry has heard powerful evidence from playing out in this module on this issue, including the particular difficulties for disadvantaged children, those who lacked private outdoor space. Was the impact on children's ability to play and exercise of the various rules and guidance and the disproportionate impact on disadvantaged children something that you actively considered at the time, or were you not aware of this particular problem?
Well, I certainly was aware of the particular problem of kids who didn't have access to open space, but my understanding of them, or my memory of the rules, was that you could go outside for exercise, and that applied to everybody. So I mean, forgive me if I'm misremembering something or misunderstanding your point.
The concern is that the guidance that was issued in various forms never expressly highlighted that children exercise and play very differently to adults. And
right.
So in terms of enforcement, we heard evidence, and have heard significant evidence, of children being told they couldn't be outside to play, even when they could. So was it an issue that you...
Well, that's... in that, I'm very sorry to hear that. If there was excessively officious enforcement of rules or misunderstanding of rules by those in authority, then that's plainly wrong. Children should have been... As my understanding of the rules were that children should have been allowed to exercise outdoors.
Thank you, Mr Johnson. Counsel to the inquiry asked you earlier about the lack of direct contact with children and young people, which you answered in the context of the problems with assessment grading. But children, of course, have a right to participate in all decisions affecting them under Article 12 of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. However, they were excluded from participating in press conferences throughout the pandemic, and again our organisations and the Children's Commissioner did urge government to include children's voices, but to no avail. Would you accept it was a mistake not to allow children to participate in government press conferences throughout the pandemic?
I certainly think it was a mistake, as I've told Council to the Inquiry, for us not to find some way to interact more with children, particularly those who've been affected by the exams problems. And yes, I think that's a valid criticism. We could easily have done more there, and frankly, I don't know why we didn't.
Mr. Johnson, I'm grateful. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Broach. Mr. Jacobs over there.
Mr. Johnson, questions on behalf of the Trades Union Congress. You've just given evidence and been asked questions about the R budget or the budget of risk and what may be the reality in a pandemic, that if school attendance is to be prioritised, that may require other parts of society to have or face greater restrictions. In August of 2020, with an R rate mercifully below 1 but precarious, and schools about to fully open and place an upward pressure on the R rate, the Eat Out to Help Out scheme encouraged significant numbers to socialise in restaurants. Rather than manage the R budget so as to facilitate school attendance and prioritise school attendance, was that an example of the government doing the opposite?
Well, it's a very fair question. I know there's been a lot of shot and shell directed at Eat Out to Help Out over the last few years. But I've got to tell you, at the time, and this is my memory of it, at the time, my memory of it is it was discussed with the scientific advisors. My memory of it is that they did know about it. I might be wrong about that, but it seems wholly unlikely to me we would have come up with a policy that was unknown to them. And I think that it was thought to be within the budget of risk. And, you know, we had an economy that was really struggling.
Mr. Johnson, you may be answering questions that Mr. Keith asked you in Module 2 about the scientific advice and what have you, which I don't want to get into. I mean,
yes,
in simplistic terms, a national scheme to incentivise sitting in restaurants would seem, without needing terribly significant scientific acumen, to have an upward pressure on the R rate. So on this question of prioritisation, do you think actually on reflection that was the government not prioritising facilitating school attendance?
I think it's genuinely. I think it's impossible to know. I think that's the terrible reality of all these interventions is we don't know the individual value of any of them. You know, we speak about schools being 10 to 20% or whatever, but we don't know. I think that it was felt at the time that, given where the R was, given the state of the economy, it was reasonable to proceed with Eat Out to Help Out. Would you question that in retrospect? Well, lots of people have. But what it was that actually pushed the R back over 1, who knows?
I'm going to try and deal with another topic in my time. Proactive engagement with unions in the education sector. You've been asked about a decision you made on the 6th of August 2020 to not share contingency plans. Realistically, Mr. Johnson, is that not the antithesis of having constructive and mature engagement with a sector that was responsible for educating children?
The decision was not to prevent the contingency plans from being circulated at any stage. The decision was just to hold it back until such time as we really needed to go with it. And I'm sure that the unions and the schools would have been more than capable when the moment came of rising to it and dealing with it. But I'm sure everybody remembers that at the time there was some politics in the whole question of whether schools were safe, and I thought it was important to get kids back into school and to have some forward momentum, and that was the objective.
Mr. Johnson, is it not the case that contingency planning was needed at that time? Because just as you and your government can see a fraught winter, school leaders can see a winter fraught with difficulty and having to teach in different ways, trying to support vulnerable children in very difficult circumstances. They need to be equipped.
Yes, but the contingency you're talking about is closing schools.
Well, I think it's a whole variety of contingencies, actually, that the Department of Education...
No, this particular contingency was closing schools.
I think that's my time. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. Ms. Beattie, who's just there.
Mr. Johnson, I ask questions on behalf of National Disabled People's Organisations. Yes. On the 18th of March 2020, the day that you announced school closures, the COBRA meeting was informed of SAGE modelling, which assumed that schools should be kept partially open to ensure that key workers could continue to contribute to the national effort. As at 18th of March, you tell us in your statement, you had no doubt that if schools closed, it would be devastating, and you were under no illusions that it would hurt the most vulnerable the most. At the COBRA meeting, in summing up, you said that a minimal school service should be made available for the children of key workers and for vulnerable children. But the actions of the COBRA meeting were to agree a list of key workers. No actions from the meeting concerned vulnerable children. Now, Mr. Johnson, I'm sure you'll agree that actions speak louder than words. Do you agree that as at the 18th of March 2020, there should have been more focus and more action on the social care, health and therapy needs of disabled children and young people, given school closures would have an immediate and devastating impact on the provision of care and support to meet those needs?
Thank you very much. I'm sure that the department was looking at the needs of the vulnerable kids, including disabled kids, because that is spelt out in that document that I relied on so extensively to show that they were indeed mindful of the problems that they were going to encounter or they would encounter in closing schools. So,
Mr. Johnson,
what I'm trying to say is it wasn't. Your question to me is, why weren't we as a government taking more account of this? As far as I can tell, we were.
And so that is the paper which Council of the Inquiry took you to before of the 15th of March, the citing note, where you agreed that there was nothing of substance on vulnerable children and support and services for vulnerable children, that the paper didn't deal with that. Is that correct?
No, my impression was that it did mention vulnerable children. I don't have it before me now, but I remember it. I think it mentioned them.
It mentioned them and it had nothing of substance. And you agreed when Ms Dobbin put it to you earlier that it did have nothing on substance on vulnerable children. Is that right?
Well, I honestly, if that's what... I don't remember saying that to Mrs Dobbin, but perhaps I did agree with her assertion. All I can say is that if you look at that paper, it contains a reference to the needs of vulnerable children, and perhaps we could have done more, and I'm more willing to accept that there were lessons we could have learned, and more we could have done. But it struck me then that was a pretty comprehensive list of the issues that the department faced.
So it may have been a list of the issues, but what concrete measures did you put in place, or did you know were being put in place at the time to avert what you say you knew then was an immediate and devastating impact which would hurt the most vulnerable the most?
Well, as far as I can remember, the most important thing we did was to try to keep schools open. Right, that was our best answer.
Can you name anything else more specific than that?
And to make sure that in the event of closures, that all the packages available for the support of vulnerable children, disabled children in particular, were still available to them. Now, how exactly that was going to be done was clearly a matter for the relevant departments.
So, Mr Johnson, your answer seems to amount to the fact that you are taking steps to try to keep schools open. Is it in fact the case
Yes.
that the government's primary concern at that time was to make provision of a minimal school service for the children of key workers with insufficient focus on the needs of vulnerable children?
I honestly,
children?
I doubt very much that we ignored the interests of vulnerable children. I really do. But it's now so long ago that I'd have to go back over the papers and look and see what we put in place.
Nothing springs to mind.
Well, not at this stage, and not without, I'm afraid, without notice of your question. But I'd be happy to write to you.
Thank you, Ms Beattie. Mr Wagner, who's that way?
Good afternoon, Mr Johnson. I act for clinically vulnerable families. I want to ask you first about a message that you sent to Gavin Williamson on the 6th of July 2020. This is referred to at paragraph 48 of your statement. And you were asking about why school numbers, people returning to schools, seemed low. And he replied, noting that all schools were open and referring to the need to push on compulsory attendance and the message of normality. And you said, I encouraged him to continue the job. I just want to ask you about that message of normality. Would you agree, July 2020, this is months before the vaccine was widely available, was available at all? Do you agree?
Yes, that's right. Yes, so I think we were starting to get inklings of it quite early on. Yes,
yeah. But there was no mass testing at that stage.
No.
So would you recognise that at that stage in July 2020, for many children and young people, things couldn't go back to normal yet because they still needed to either shield to protect themselves or a clinically vulnerable member of their family living in their home?
Sure.
You referred before to Mr. Jacobs about forward momentum, about trying to sort of build forward momentum. Do you think that in that race to return to normality in that summer of 2020, clinically vulnerable families may have been left behind?
I think, on the contrary, that getting back to school, had we been able to do it in a thoroughgoing way, would have been the best thing for all children, young people, clinically vulnerable or not. Because I think that it would have restored the environment that was best able to look after them, and that it had many advantages trying to keep the schools open.
But only if they could return safely. Is that fair?
Sure, but it was my view that schools should be made as safe as possible, and if they were safe, the kids should go back.
But in schools, it wasn't always possible to enforce social distancing or have, particularly in the older buildings, good ventilation or enough space, was it?
No, it was very tricky, but the schools did a remarkable job, and one of the reasons why we staggered the return in June of 2020 was precisely because we couldn't get everybody back in at once.
But the result of that, wasn't it, that it was sometimes not safe for clinically vulnerable children or children who might take COVID back to their clinically vulnerable family members to return?
Well, I think that there was always going to be an argument against reopening schools from that position, that you were going to create a situation in which vulnerable parents would be exposed to the virus picked up by kids in schools. And that was the argument for closing schools, sure. But in the end, we had to decide whether that argument trumped the interests of the kids or not, and whether we could nonetheless get the R down below 1.
Just finally on that, do you? I'm not actually asking about the decision to reopen schools for everybody. I'm asking about, for this specific subgroup, for clinically vulnerable children and children who lived in clinically vulnerable families. Do you understand why, at that point, many of those people will have felt it was safer to educate their children at home rather than send their children back to school?
I can see why they might have felt as they did, but clearly I thought it was best for everybody if they could get back to school, and I wanted schools to be as safe as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. That completes the questions we have for you, Mr. Johnson, apart from one from me. There are a number of people who've been making submissions and asking questions during the course of this module who believe, and there's a perception that the interests of children, well, generally, not just the loss of learning, weren't taken into account. Just putting that to one side at the moment, I haven't made any findings as yet, but if there were anything in that perception, as somebody who's got a lot of experience of working in government and, of course, leading the UK government as Prime Minister, could a Minister for Children, taking it as it away from just one government department, education, could a system of a Minister for Children work, and would it work?
I've thought about that, my lady, and I wondered about whether to create another ministerial function. I think another department, another set of civil servants, and so on. I have thought about it, and clearly there is an interest. We have a minister for women. We have all sorts of groups represented. I think, given how much we've heard today about the Department of Education's desire to keep proper desire to keep schools open and to represent the interests of children and young people, I think on the whole I would apply Occam's razor to this one and just I would probably keep it with DFE.
But
because I think in the end the parents should be responsible for children, is what I would say. Maybe an old-fashioned view, but that's what I would say.
But the interests of children cross government departments, don't they? So, for example, detained children would be Home Office.
Yeah, I mean, that is true. Look, I'm not.
You're not.
I'm not remotely hostile to the idea. I just think you've got to think very hard before you create new departments, divisions, new roles in government. We've seen already throughout this debate, how fractious and difficult it becomes when different ministerial interests start to collide, and we've got quite enough around the table on a subject like this. That's what I would say.
That completes the questions we have for you, therefore, Mr. Johnson, and that completes the assistance that you're going to have to give the inquiry.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
I think you did that last time too. I think you're obviously in a great rush to leave me.
Sorry, it's like when the speaker stands up at the end of PMQs, you just belt for, you just run for it. That's what.
Understood.
Sorry.
I appreciate you didn't intend any discourtesy.
Sorry, forgive me.
No, don't worry.
Forgive me.
Anyway, thank you very much indeed for the help that you've given to the inquiry. That's it.
Thank you so much, my name.
Thank you. I shall return at 1:55 to 2:00.
All rise.
Department of Education said and then not being enough planning before the closure of schools back in March 2020. We heard today quotes from other people who worked in the Department of Education saying that they weren't asked to come up with contingency plans before their announcement of the closure of schools in March 2020. Boris Johnson there today very firmly coming back and saying he disagreed with those accounts and talked about how there was planning for school closures in terms of conversations with SAGE, prior to that hearing it was discussed a lot of cabinet as well. So he really said that he did remember it being discussed, that the Department of Education was discussing it, and almost that it was almost assumed that they were doing something about it. Previously, the Department of Education said we hadn't been specifically told to come up with a contingency plan. So a lot has been said. There's plenty more summaries on our website to go through all of the things that he said. He's finished.
Yeah. Right, if he comes out, where am I dumping? Down there. Down there. Do you want to like if it starts to fall, just grab this to cover it. Thanks.
Mark, you just gonna far from here, or just gonna go for a coffee? Just go to the station.
Does it cost it? It's only 5 minute walk.
There's no rush.
Yeah, we'll just go there.
I mean, I'm tempted to even just jump on the Bakerloo line and
Do it there. Yeah, because I'll go home. I'm not far, but I might go across there.
shout when I've got like 30 seconds.
Turn it up gently.
Yeah?
There's your volume. I'll let you adjust to...
Can't hear anything right now.
Oh, really? I can. No. I could. You know, that was all there.
Oh yeah, and then we've got
Yeah, sticky stick might too, please.
yeah, hi. Okay. 10 past, yeah. Okay, you're very quiet compared to Program, just so you know.
I'm sorry.
If you want me to do that, I love that. I should be doing a line, instead to one side. So just shopping trolley? Yeah.
Do you mind sideways like that?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
Because I just think then if someone tells me, if you tell me, I just need something in my eye line.
I'll go. Well, the work
Yeah, exactly.
amount of
Thank you.
detail,
And then I would
understand why at times
away
emotions
and get another shot
higher.
and then step back in.
Going out of the inquiry room, he was in tears. She was
That's it. No, just to cover our backs.
a member of the family here to bear witness to Boris Johnson's testimony. And this is we're at the phase 8 module of the long-running
I know.
inquiry, which is so
I know that so well.
so we can listen to our children and young people. And of course, at the time and in hindsight for many years since, one of the most controversial elements of the way the government responded, one of the aspects of lockdown, was the decision to
I won't pivot like that.
Very
And then I'll keep my left foot in place.
children and young people, particularly their mental
No,
health, but
years
also
on the...
their education. Some of the themes that we picked up today, of course, was around that initial decision to close schools en masse in March 2020, also issues around the way exams were issued, the range of controversial algorithms in the summer of 2020, and then that following year, right at the start of 2021, the flip-flopping between reopening and essentially pulling the rug away from the students and teachers with schools closing caps just today. All these and more came up today. Now, Boris Johnson stressed that the closure of schools he always saw as a nightmare scenario. But we have heard previously in the section here at the COVID inquiry criticism leveled towards him, towards the government, for the lack, apparently, of planning towards for that potential possibility of schools having to close. We knew the pandemic was spreading around the world. Former Education Secretary Sir Gavin Williamson, for example, has criticised Number 10 for moving too slowly. And the former Department for Education School Director General as well, Sir Jimmy Coles, he actually claimed it was an extraordinary dereliction of duty of the Department for Education to have not planned for school closures sooner than March 2020. This is something Boris Johnson denied here today, that language certainly, saying he had assumed the language would have made it clear to the Department for Education that school closures were a potential possibility for it. We also heard about the algorithm, that decision to downgrade the exam results in the summer of 2020. Boris Johnson actually at times getting quite touchy there. He described it all as a disaster, but it was a really difficult thing to try and manage. And we saw those WhatsApp messages between himself and Dominic Cummings that summer, and he described himself as in a homicidal league thanks to the exam result as fiasco. We also learned that at the point Boris Johnson was even considering sacking his education secretary, Gavin Williamson. Finally, we also heard about that decision to suddenly
And just, I'll just pivot out
January 2021.
If Boris Johnson comes out,
All the moments
if Boris Johnson comes out, I will just slightly pivot out of it and then pivot back in. Okay?
Throughout his evidence here today, he said it was about trying to do the best
That's lovely.
He said really, he knows something as a result of that, but it's just about trying to grapple with the
Well, we are waiting for Boris Johnson to lead the COVID inquiry in the building behind me, having completed his testimony this morning. This is the last time he will be called in. The main subject of this morning was school closures, although he also faced questions about why he didn't fully fund the recovery programme for children and their education that he had invited Kevin Collins to put in place for them, which would have included extra time and extra activities. He said that he thought it just wasn't justified and that he wanted to concentrate his efforts on tutoring. But what was most striking was the glimpse we got into the tensions at the heart of government. Last week we saw an expletive-filled message from Gavin Williamson. Today, Boris Johnson saying he wanted ministers at the Department for Education to be sacked, saying we cannot go on like this.
You've got a carving string? Yes.
As he comes out. Yeah. I'll take the...
It's not till quarter past. Yeah. You just see how it goes. You've got to see the live one.
I think it's streaming anyway.
I'm going to take
They're
my
quite good at
report
holding
and just give you a bit more freedom. Give me
not like a channel.
I was hoping he'd come out.
Cars are coming.
Yeah, the car's coming.
Yeah.
I just rolled on.
Yeah, I'm rolled. Start from him or just keep it wide?
I can start from him, so I'll start with Boris Johnson, former Prime Minister, leaving. Boris Johnson, former Prime Minister, leading the COVID inquiry, having given testimony for the last time. He said at the end that he thought it was the right decision at the time to close schools, but he accepted that it had awful consequences for many young people.
Impressive. Don't come to that. How did you get back in that?
Getting a new pen. Free.
God, Rachel! God, I knew he was going to do what he did. Yeah, it's a shame.
No great for
This is, are you still at Stockholm? Okay. I don't know. Oh, she wanted to make sure she thought I was the security threat. Anyway. Yeah, how many weeks have you? I thought you weeks. Oh, so you're over now, So Rachel used to be at LBC. She was my main contact there. And then, how many years ago now was that? So, yes, right. Was it? No, yeah. Before the actual inquest, we were there. Yeah.
I'm Rachel, sorry.
Yeah, Rachel Venables. She used to do what Henry Riley does now. I think.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Henry does what
Yes.
you do now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's just far more responsible than
I know. Congratulations to you and hubby. I feel like I've seen you before this when you got married. Oh wow. Right. Yeah, I think he's gonna come back. But they all went in and they said he didn't apologise, he didn't do anything, blah blah. But what I knew he was going to do. She warned me that he's going to look at this jet in his car. Yeah. Yeah, okay, let's go. Let's
Ms Kieran.
My Lady, may I please call Sir Matthew Rycroft, CBE?
I do solemnly, sincerely and truly
declare and affirm
that
the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
So Matthew, I hope you won't take it personally that most people seem to have cleared off.
That's fine by me.
Thank you. My Lady, I should state at the outset that this evidence session may be distressing to observers in that it includes discussion of the abuse of children, including through sexual abuse and violence. So Matthew, we understand that you served as the Permanent Secretary at the Home Office from the 23rd of March 2020 until March 2025. Is that right?
It is.
Thank you. So, Matthew, you have provided a witness statement for the inquiry on behalf of the Home Office. I think you have it in front of you, and the reference we have for it is INQ 000474944. So, Matthew, that is a detailed and wide-ranging statement, and we read from it that you have been assisted in its drafting by a number of officials in your department, so that where you do not have direct personal knowledge of all events covered in it, you are satisfied that you're nonetheless able to provide accurate evidence on behalf of the department. Is that right?
That's right, and I want to thank them very much for their support.
Thank you. And with that in mind, and noting that you signed it on the 18th of February 2025, can you please confirm that the contents of that statement are true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I can.
Thank you. We know, Sir Matthew, from that statement that the Home Office had responsibility for a number of issues that impacted children during the pandemic. And for our purposes today, those include responsibility for tackling all forms of child sexual abuse and sexual exploitation, including online abuse. Is that right?
That's right.
And responsibility for crime and policing that includes issues related to the physical abuse of children, violence against women and girls, and child criminal exploitation, such as county lines.
That's right.
And responsibilities also for child migrants, including unaccompanied asylum-seeking children. Is that right?
That's right.
Thank you. And is it right that a large part of that business would come into the portfolio of the Minister for Safeguarding, who for the first part of the pandemic was Victoria Atkins, and that some of it would have come into the portfolio of the Minister for Crime and Policing, who was Kit Malthouse?
That's right. And I should also mention the two different ministers for migration as well in relation to unaccompanied asylum-seeking children.
Thank you. So, Matthew, a theme that you return to several times in your statement, and which is also apparent in the exhibits you provided, is that to meet those responsibilities, the Home Office needed to work closely with other government departments. Most obviously, perhaps, there's an overlap, isn't there, between the Home Office's obligations relating to safeguarding children through the prevention of crime and the Department for Education's obligations for safeguarding through children's social work and schools. Is that right?
That's right. And there are lots of other government departments that the Home Office work very closely with in relation to preventing crime, and not just government, of course, the operational partners, policing being the most obvious, but also the voluntary sector, working very closely with a lot of non-governmental organisations and charities, tech companies, and multiple other partners.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you, Sir Matthew, please, to just slow down a little bit when you give your answers for the transcript. Given the importance of that work with other departments, would it be right to assume that prior to the pandemic, there were established mechanisms for cooperating, particularly with the Department for Education?
Yes. They came into their own during the pandemic, but they existed beforehand and, of course, continue to this day.
Thank you.
Some of them are sort of set in stone and are everlasting. Others can get created in order to deal with a particular situation.
Thank you. I think we'll come to explore some of that in a bit more detail. Can we look, please, at paragraph 49 of your statement? You said a moment ago that the Home Office liaises with a number of departments, and I think we see an illustration of that here. And we see, if we can please just scroll slowly down so that we're able to look at the range of these, to paragraph 50, where we read that these shared responsibilities were established before 2020 and did not change because of the pandemic. So can we take it both in ordinary times and in the pandemic? Home Office officials are working very frequently on many different aspects of Home Office work relating to children across this wide range of departments.
Yes, that's absolutely right. The Department for Education would sort of be holding the ring, holding the sort of central policy responsibility, working very closely with the Home Office and other departments.
Thank you. And others that we see there, for example, are the Department for Digital, Culture, Media and Sport, and Department for Levelling Up, which I think we've been referring to as the Ministry for Housing, Communities and Local Government. Were there established mechanisms for working with those departments as well, or did they tend to be ad hoc and project-based?
A mixture. In relation to the ringed departments, the DCMS and what was then DLUC, there were both sort of bilateral arrangements between the Home Office and each of those, and then multilateral arrangements involving a number of departments altogether.
Thank you, Sir Matthew. That can come down. We'll come back to explore how some of that worked during the pandemic in due course. If we can begin then thinking about March 2020, you will know, Sir Matthew, that some witnesses have suggested to the inquiry that there was a lack of focus on the implications of the pandemic for vulnerable children prior to the 18th of March across government. And in that context, can we please look at INQ 000518565? This is an internal Home Office email dated the 16th of May, beg your pardon, the 16th of March. And I think, Sir Matthew, noting as we did that you took up your role on the 23rd of March, please do let me know if any of my questions are outside of your knowledge about this. This email thread sets out what are described as takeaways on the Home Secretary's part following a COBRA meeting that day. If we can look, please, at that first paragraph, we read that the Home Secretary is concerned about vulnerable children not being taken into account properly by other government departments. She feels vulnerable people at the moment is taken to almost solely mean the elderly, pregnant women and those with underlying health conditions. Her worry is that if schools are forced to close long-term, beyond normal holiday lengths, then there will be no external support and monitoring for kids from troubled homes, and we see in brackets drug abuse, CSE, etc. Secretary of State for Department for Education didn't really seem to take this on board, or at least didn't have a solid response to the challenge. Home Secretary wants the department to push DfE on taking this into consideration, and if necessary, we will lean in further via number 10, as she has strong thoughts on this issue. Would it be right then that the request to her officials arising from this is that Home Office officials should pick this up with officials from the Department for Education, and if that didn't allay concerns, then to pick it up further with number 10? Is that right?
That's absolutely right, and officials did follow up that instruction, of course, and so did the Minister who you've already referred to, Vicky Atkins. So she engaged very directly with her officer number in the Department for Education at ministerial level, bearing in mind the Home Secretary's and indeed, I think, the Home Office's strong concerns about what happens when schools are closed.
Thank you. Let's take that stage by stage then. Your first answer was that officials did pick that up with officials from the DfE. If we can scroll up, please, to page 1 of this document, we see what that feedback was when it was circulated within the Home Office. We see, in conjunction with SOCG colleagues, I may need your help at several points with these acronyms, Sir Matthew, but I think that is Serious Organised Crime Group colleagues. Thank you.
Correct.
We have been in contact with DfE at official level this morning. Broadly, they advise that there is significant activity being undertaken to protect vulnerable children from harm. So it seems that this level of detail hadn't been exposed or briefed to the DfE SOS before COBRA. Can we look then under the heading Summary as follows? I think I understand that this is what Department for Education officials were telling Home Office officials that they were doing on these topics. We see a wide range of actions in hand to support local authorities to deal with COVID-19 and ensure that vulnerable children are protected from harm. The examples given then are suspending routine Ofsted inspections, supporting LAs to ensure workforce contingencies are as comprehensive as possible, providing guidance to LAs to enable them to interpret Public Health England guidance, and the examples given in that respect are about isolation in children's homes, foster families or residential schools, a query about cocooning for vulnerable children, a query about protective clothing, and support in respect of unaccompanied asylum-seeking children who appear symptomatic. Now, Sir Matthew, if we can just remind ourselves that the concern the Home Secretary had been expressing was about whether if schools closed, there would be external support and monitoring for kids from troubled homes. And she specifically cited drug abuse and child sexual exploitation. Were these points that were being raised here in this email directly relevant to those issues?
Yes, I think they were relevant to those issues. And of course, the decision when it came to close schools was, of course, with the exception of vulnerable children. So
It
schools
was.
remain.
If I can just pause you there, this is, of course, the 16th and 17th, well, in fact, this is the 16th of March and the 17th of March. So before that decision was made.
Yes.
The points in this email, the points coming back to the Home Office from the Department for Education, were not really about school closures. There isn't any indication here about vulnerable children being allowed to go to school.
I see what you mean, and I agree. I think these are points which the Department for Education told the Home Office in the week before, or in the run-up to the decision and announcement on schools being closed. So these were actions in hand in advance of any decision to close schools.
Yes. So I think my question is, given the specificity of the Home Secretary's concerns and the fact that these are not really going to the point of school closure, was this reassuring to the Home Office, or did the Home Office still have concerns that there was this gap that the Home Secretary had identified?
Well, I wasn't myself at the Home Office at that time, as you have said, but from reading the documents available in preparation for this inquiry, I can tell that the ongoing concern of the Home Secretary and the Home Office was that DfE needed to do more than they were doing in order to protect vulnerable children. That was an ongoing concern, and this bit of feedback in response to one moment in time, an instruction from the Home Secretary, was just a one-off. There would have been multiple other engagements at official and ministerial level between the two departments.
Yes, thank you. I think we'll come to some of those other instances. Just staying with this particular moment in time for now, the reason I ask this question about the 17th of March is because we have heard from other witnesses that the Department for Education had not undertaken any planning or assessment related to the implications specifically of school closures prior to the 17th of March. And it seems from this email chain that by the 16th of March, the Home Office had started to probe some of those issues. And I'm wondering whether the response perhaps revealed some gaps in that planning that caused any alarm in the Home Office, given that overlap for safeguarding children.
Well, what I can say is that the Home Office's concern, the Home Secretary's concern in general, was not fully met by this set of responses, and so we continued. The Home Office continued to engage with the Department for Education at all levels to make our concerns clear. And the reason that we had concerns was that we knew what happened to levels of domestic abuse, to levels of child sexual exploitation when schools are closed, because that's what's happened in every holiday. And you can see from the crime trends that there are upticks in relation to those sorts of crimes when children are not going to school.
And given the Home Office had that knowledge and that school closures clearly were very much on the table at this stage, can you help us to understand this? It's also clear from your statement that the Home Office had not itself conducted any planning or impact assessment about the possible implications for school closure on vulnerable children, perhaps in light of that knowledge about crime trends. And the point is made in your statement that the Home Office hadn't been asked to do so by the Cabinet Office, and it hadn't been asked by any other department to contribute to any other department's planning on that issue. That's right, isn't it?
That is all correct.
And as far as you can recall, and again, I recognise that you weren't yet in post, was there any concern within the department by about the 17th of March about that lack of planning?
Well, I think there was a concern that if schools were to close, then we knew what would happen to certain crime types, because there was that pattern that was available from the data in relation to schools closing for a regular summer holiday or whatever.
We're going to come in a moment to look at some notes of meetings where after school closures had been announced, the Home Office was thinking, in light of those trends, what's going to happen and what shall we do? But was there a moment before the announcement was made when officials started to think, hold on, there hasn't been any discussion or planning of this issue and that's going to be a problem?
Just looking at the paperwork for the inquiry, I didn't spot that particular moment, no. And I don't think that in fact, I know that the Home Office did not know about the decision to close schools until just in the run-up to the announcement.
Thank you. I'm asked again if we can both slow down. I'm sorry, that's my fault. I will endeavour to do better. Yes.
You're both falling into the trap that I fall into.
We know then that on the 18th of March, it was announced that schools would be closed to all but vulnerable children and the children of key workers, and that definitions of each of those groups were later published. We understand, again from your statement, that the Home Office was not asked at that stage to contribute to any assessment of the impact of school closures, or indeed, I think, to any advice about who should be on the vulnerable children list. Is that right?
That's correct.
And again, the Home Office wasn't asked to contribute any planning or assessment about the impact on children's safety of lockdown when that was announced on the 23rd of March. Is that right?
That's correct, though I should also say that, as I have previously said, the Home Office had evidence about what happens to certain crime types when schools are closed in general. So we did have that evidence to draw.
Thank you. And given that the Home Secretary clearly did think and had thought by this stage that there were implications for aspects of the Home Office's work, do you think in hindsight that the fact that the Home Office didn't carry out any sort of planning or impact assessment of that was an omission?
Well, I think the sort of the Home Office specific part of that was fairly well planned for, as I say, because we knew, we worked very closely with policing and others about what happens to certain crime types when schools are closed for a regular holiday, and we were able to have a very quick assessment of what it was likely to happen to those crime types once a school closure decision was taken.
Are you able to help us, and I think this is my last question on this topic, but are you able to help us to understand why there wouldn't have been any of that planning?
Well, only listening to what other witnesses have said. I don't have any evidence from the Home Office from that time as to that can add to what other witnesses have said to you in relation to that question.
I'm sorry, perhaps I wasn't clear. I mean, in terms of the Home Office's own planning.
No, I think I've said what I have to say in my witness statement and earlier this afternoon. I think the Home Office had some concerns because we knew what happens when schools are closed, and we could predict and did predict what would happen when there was a lockdown in relation to different types of crime. Some would go up, some would go down, and so we had I think quite a full and quite a rapid assessment about what was likely to happen, but I accept that that was all within the Home Office. It was not part, as far as I could tell from the paperwork, of a wider cross-government exercise in planning.
Can I just check this, I'm sorry to interrupt, I think I've got a bit confused from your questions. So Matthew said that he thought there was, for Home Office specific matters, there was fairly well developed planning, but then your question said, why wasn't there planning? So I've got a bit confused what you were putting.
I'm sorry, my lady. Let me see if I can clarify that. I think, Sir Matthew, that you are saying that after lockdown and school closures were announced, at that stage the Home Office was able to apply its knowledge to plan for how to meet the heightened risk. Is that right? That's
right. And that there wasn't a plan, if you like, for lockdown for a pandemic, but there was a plan because it happens 6 times a year every time there's a holiday or a half-term holiday. There's a plan for engaging with policing as crime types vary.
I see. And so for absolute clarity then, prior to the 17th of March, there was no plan within the Home Office to how to respond specifically to the prospect of school closures or lockdown in this pandemic.
That's correct. There were other Home Office plans for Home Office-led equities in relation to pandemic planning, like dealing with a terrorist incident or dealing with issues in the detained estate, as we call it, so immigration detention estate. Those sorts of things, there were well-established plans, but not for the questions that you just raised.
Thank you very much. Can we look then, please, at INQ 000231058? This, I hope, illustrates the point that you've been making, Sir Matthew. This is a readout following a meeting on the 24th of March 2020, and we understand it's a readout of a meeting entitled COVID-19 Resilience and Preparedness with the Security Minister. And if we can look down, please, to pages 4 to 5 of this, we see a section here called CSEA. Before we read that, is it right to understand, I think, from your statement that this was the first occasion on which the implications of the pandemic for protecting children were considered internally, the heightened risk articulated, and some planning taking place about how to respond? Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. We see then some information about this heightened risk. We see note being taken that while limited, China has seen an increase in violence in the home. We see that CEOP, and I think that is the Child Exploitation and Online Protection Unit, is that right?
That's right.
And I think this is by way of response to that heightened risk, are producing material to inform officers on the ground of the heightened risks created by people being at home more. Just pausing on that particular topic, you may know, Sir Matthew, that yesterday we heard from Martin Hewitt, who told us that the police too were worried about the predictable rise in threat to children from violence in the home, and the difficulty that officers faced in knowing how to help in the circumstances of a lockdown. In light of that, can you help us understand, please, when we see it said here that CEOP should produce material for officers of heightened risk, what can we understand that was intended to do? Were officers going to be told just that there was this heightened risk? Or was there going to be some information that would help them know what to do in response to that heightened risk?
I don't know any more than what is written here in relation to that particular sentence, but the way that the Home Office and policing work together very, very closely on issues of policy and prioritisation such as this leads me to say that there would have been a lot of work going on, first of all, in the NPCC that Martin Hewitt headed, and indeed in the College of Policing that was responsible for sending guidance to all police forces around the country in response to the concerns that Home Office ministers, the Security Minister in this instance, was expressing to policing partners about the sorts of things that they would need to be ready to be doing more of than they previously were.
So is it your response then that there would have been guidance on top of just stating there is this heightened risk?
Exactly. I think it starts. The sort of the process of providing that guidance would always start with an assessment of the threat, of the things which are likely to becoming more important for police to be aware of, and then it would go through the sort of normal coordination procedures, and as I say, the College of Policing would then be responsible for sending guidance around to all the police forces.
Thank you. Moving on in this note then, we see on transnational CSEA offending, we are likely to see a decrease in the threat. And I think, to be clear, that is about the threat posed by British abusers who abuse children abroad. Is that right?
Yes, or vice versa. So, in other words, it could be. It also means, I think, that foreign people who might want to come to the UK would be much less able to do so because of the travel restrictions.
Understood. Thank you. And then we see more detail about online child sexual exploitation and abuse, and we see the threat assessment that we are likely to see an increase in the same way as we see an increase during the school holiday. We are seeing some communications offender to offender who are discussing a potential increase in offending. They will have seen in media reporting that the regulator on websites might be replaced with AI. CEOP are looking at how we are redeploying resource. Forces are prioritising cases where the offender could commit contact offences. so that we can be clear what the nature of this threat is it principally the abuse of children through their befriending online by adults who persuade them to take or make or share indecent images of themselves? Is that right?
Yes. I mean, very sadly, this is prescient because we did see during the lockdown that there was an increase in pressure on children to create what's called self-generated indecent images. And the final part of that highlighted part was also true, that the tech companies who are normally responsible for taking down such images and other material which facilitates child sexual exploitation and abuse, those tech companies were also dealing with the consequences of restrictions and lockdown, and not all of that work was able to be done either remotely or by bots or AI, as it says here.
And where we see CEOPA looking at how we are redeploying resources, does that mean officers were concentrating on offences that might happen offline as a result of offences committed online?
Yes, I think it does mean that, yes.
Thank you. And as you've said, this reflects your awareness that offences like these usually increase in prevalence at the times when children are not in school, and given school closures, there was a concern that that would now increase.
Exactly.
And when we read that offenders themselves were discussing that increase because regulators might be replaced with AI, this is reflected in some later documents as well, but I think that is because human moderators or humans who respond to this kind of abuse online were less able to do so. And does this indicate the Home Office was worried that automated processes or the use of automated processes was going to be widely known?
Yes, basically. This is referring to media reports, but it is the case that the tech companies, as I just said, were not able to do everything that they previously had done, because the parts that needed to be done by a human in the office, in the workplace, there were constraints on that for those tech companies as well. So they clearly found some ways to continue to do what they had to do, which was to take down illegal content as soon as they were aware of it. But they were doing that either remotely or by using AI and bots.
Thank you. And we see also in this paragraph some reference to the proposed interventions or the proposed response to this heightened threat. We read, there is a focus on clear comms on internet safety for parents, carers and children. All Think You Know ambassadors who are professionals have received messaging to remind them of the reporting portal and guidance on parent info. There has been a significant response to that, 200,000 downloads of Parents' Help Book by Friday morning. We read about a new programme with activities for all key stages of the national curriculum. And we read about contacts with Microsoft and BT in the last fortnight, and Twitter and Facebook to distribute educational packs and guidance. We will come back to that, but I just want to draw your attention to other parts of this page before I ask you questions about it. We read lower down that Simon Bailey was suggesting that from China and Italy there would be an increase in all forms of abuse. He noted that there are early signs that there were more people viewing indecent imagery in the last 2 to 3 days than in the last 2 to 3 months. He discusses the likelihood that multi-agency hubs would come under pressure as the COVID powers coming into effect would require will affect police resource. If we look lower down, still we see the ministerial questions about how we can at pace corral industry partners to do all that they can. And the Minister asked what engagement we have had with DFE. We see Rebecca Kirby agreeing with the Minister that we need to do more with industry and DFE. And then lower down, the Minister asked if there were any asks from operational partners, and we see a suggestion that there would be real benefits of a cross-government conversation on the challenge of protecting vulnerable children, and the Minister promised to pursue this. Thank you. A number of questions then from this note. Would it be right that what is being discussed here by officials in terms of response to this threat is threefold? First, a policing response to offenders. Second, a possible approach to industry related to how they respond to indecent images online. And third, a communications response designed to ensure that parents and children understand those heightened risks. Is that right?
Yes, those would not be the only three actions that the Home Office would be able to take, but those are the three which come out from that note. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. And if I can ask you about the third of those, so that communication strategy, when we see the reference to activities through all stages of the national curriculum and to professionals, should we understand that this communication strategy was partly intended to come through schools?
That's right, yes. And we will see in later documents, no doubt, that there are, at different stages of the pandemic, different Home Office-led or Home Office-funded initiatives to communicate with different crucial audiences at different times, whether that's parents as here or the children themselves later on.
We have heard quite a lot of evidence in these hearings, Sir Matthew, about the position that schools were in at this time, around the 24th of March. Of course, they had been asked quite suddenly to close and to begin to deliver online learning to children and young people. One head of a large multi-academy trust told us that that was like being asked to build a plane and fly it at the same time. Were there concerns within the Home Office at the time that this policy was being stood up about whether it was realistic that schools would be able to do this at the same time as all of that?
I don't think I found evidence of that particular concern, but I do think that it would have been the case that everyone was realising that we were operating in an entirely new and unfamiliar environment because none of us had experience of a full lockdown previously. And this was a very early attempt, the second day of lockdown, in fact, to work with the Minister for Security to prioritise the big security issues that would be felt during that lockdown. And I think that as I say, it was prescient that all of the issues which arose on this second day of lockdown did turn out to be things which we grappled with as we went through the weeks and months ahead.
And when we see the question from the Minister at the end of the paragraph that's at the top of this page, and this is in relation to that communication strategy, the Minister asked what engagement we have had with DFE. Yeah. Do you know what the answer to that was? Was this strategy specifically of responding to this heightened risk through schools, something that the Home Office had already worked on with the Department for Education?
I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that specific question, but I do know that there was an ongoing engagement, very intense engagement between officials from the Home Office and the DFE in this period about that sort of issue, and that it was added to by engagement from Home Office ministers, so the Home Secretary and the Security Minister and the Safeguarding Minister, Vicky Atkins.
Thank you. And when we see here in this note that the Minister promised to pursue this cross-government point, was that James Brokenshire, is that right?
That was James Brokenshire at the time, and I remember him telling us that he had spoken to those different departments. I don't think that he or we set up a sort of a standing body involving those departments. I think it was more a series of individual engagements.
I see. I think we'll come back shortly to that structural point. Just staying for a moment on how the Home Office continue to develop their work on these heightened risks. Can we look now, please, at INQ 000231091? This was the development of the point that Home Office officials were going to talk to industry to see what they were able to do in response. This briefing is dated the 3rd of April, so about 10 days on from the meeting that we have just looked at. We see some discussion, please, at page 3. Thank you. We see again at point 1 that indication of knowledge of the heightened risk. Here, I think we see 3 factors that the Home Office are suggesting are going to contribute to that risk. 1, more children online. 2, more child sex offenders online. And 3, reduced capacity of the moderator. And then expanding on that latter point, at paragraph 2, this is the point that you've made about tech companies' ability to combat the activity being reduced. And if we can look at point 4, expanding on this, given the shortfall of moderators, companies are having to prioritise and changing their use of automated tools. And the point that is made here, I think, is that automated tools can identify indecent imagery, but what they're less good at doing is examining whether, through the course of a set of communications, there is grooming happening, for example. Is that right?
That's right. And also, normally, in normal times, it would be a sort of human action to then definitively decide to take down those particular pages or images, and then to follow up in terms of closing accounts and moving into law enforcement action. Yes.
So this is making the point quite clearly that there's only so much that those automated mechanisms can do when it comes to protecting children.
Exactly. I think this is another example of, in this case, Home Office officials seeking to prioritise and making sure that our maximum effort was pointing in the direction that would have most impact to protect the most vulnerable.
And on that point, Sir Matthew, of course, virtually all children across the UK at this time were at home and moving online for their schooling. Was it the assessment of the Home Office, therefore, that this was a risk facing all children? Or did you consider that it was a risk more for some groups of children than others?
I don't recall seeing an actual assessment of that in preparation for this inquiry, but I think that at the time, the common sense view would have been that although there's a theoretical risk for all children, there's an actual risk for certain groups of children that is greater than for other groups of children. There are some issues that really do relate to all children, but then there are other categories of children who are more vulnerable in one way or another, either more disposed to be on the receiving end of that threat or less able to deal with that threat without support. And so we were particularly focusing on those people, bearing in mind the Home Secretary's and the Home Office's prioritisation to make sure that we are safeguarding the most vulnerable children whenever we possibly can.
Thank you. So if we can look lower down this document, then at page 4, at the proposed interventions to respond to this, we read at paragraph 9 that it was recommended that options 1 to 3 be pursued, keeping 4 to 5 on hold. Option 1, if we can look briefly at that, please, at paragraph 10, was about maintaining pressure on the industry. If we can look, please, at option 2, that's at paragraph 12, thank you. That is the point again about comms and preventative messaging. And if we can look then at option 3, please, this was addressing underage users. It was noted here a significant number of grooming victims are children aged under 13 and below the age limit of the platforms they are groomed on. To reduce this risk, we could ask companies and parents to step up their vigilance on underage accounts. An alternative proposal, accepting that many parents will allow underage children to access, is to promote the use of safety tools which allow parents to control settings or analyse content and send warnings to parents about potentially harmful interactions. Can I ask that explicit acceptance here that parents will allow underage children onto platforms where they might be groomed? Was that an acceptance based on the circumstances of lockdown, so many parents working from home, or is that just a fact of life in this area of work?
I mean, this is something that the Home Office would have been working very closely with our colleagues in the Department for Culture, Media and Sport and others on. And I think I read this as this was a general point of view about what in practice happens in some households.
And accepting that this is a very complex area, given the fairly urgent and high degree of risk that the Home Office had identified, was any thought given to mandating age verification or any strong measures like that at this stage?
I don't have anything to add to what I put in my witness statement on that issue. I mean, that sort of issue does come up a lot, and there would, I mean, something as big a change as that would require, quite significant cross-government working. Wouldn't just be decided by the Home Office.
Thank you. Can we look now at INQ 0006066759? This takes us a little further in time on this same topic to the 10th of April 2020, entitled Briefing from TEAU. What is that, please? I'm sorry, it's not entitled in that way. We see it in the top right-hand corner from TEAU. Is that a unit?
Yeah, the U will stand for unit.
Perhaps it's not significant.
Apologies.
Too many acronyms.
Yeah.
Many acronyms, yes. We see under the heading key judgments for the week commencing the 6th of April are a number of factors continue to increase children's exposure to online sexual abuse. So seemingly emerging evidence here that the concern about children spending more time online is manifesting. And we see here the comment that the number of vulnerable children who are attending school has dropped to 28,000 on the 31st of March from 70,000 on the 16th of March. So it appears from this that the Home Office is quite closely monitoring the attendance at school of vulnerable children and drawing a link between attendance numbers and children spending time online. Why is that, and why the particular focus on vulnerable children?
So, of course, the Department for Education are and were the policy lead for schools, including schooling for vulnerable children. The Home Office angle was about vulnerability and ensuring that we did everything we could to safeguard the most vulnerable. And I think we were, in the Home Office, disappointed how few vulnerable people were going to school. I think it was 15% at one point. And we knew that was a further risk factor. All of the arrows were going in the wrong direction. So the number of children online was going up. The number of children able to report concerns or abuse was going down. The number of perpetrators who had the ability to perpetrate acts in some aspects was going up, in other aspects it was going down. The tech companies' ability, as we've just discussed, to take down material rapidly was also reducing. And absolutely crucially, the ability of the support services, the charities, the NGOs, the teachers and others to sort of see into the lives of vulnerable children was also reducing as a result of lockdown and school closure.
Can I ask, and this may be an obvious question, the Department for Education's guidance about who was a vulnerable child for the purpose of attendance at school included factors such as whether a child has a social worker or an EHCP plan.
I think that was it, wasn't it? That was the.
There was a slight discretion, as my lady has heard at some length. In addition to that, was that group of children the same group of children that the Home Office would have identified as vulnerable for the purposes of child sexual abuse and exploitation online, or is that a different set of considerations?
I mean, sadly, it's a wider group than that that would have been of concern to the Home Office. But that first group would have been, broadly speaking, a subset of the wider group. So I think ensuring that as many as possible from that smallish group were able to get the protection that would have come from being at school was an important priority for the Home Office, but it wasn't the only thing that we were worried about. We were also worrying about that wider group of children who didn't count as vulnerable in that relatively narrow sense, but who were absolutely open to vulnerability from child sexual exploitation and other types of abuse.
Thank you. And we see there, just for completeness, at the subsequent two paragraphs, the point that you have been making about the concern about underreporting in circumstances where schools are closed. If we can look, please, then, at paragraph 6 of this same document over on page 3. This again gives us some information about how the Home Office was intending to respond to that. And we read, we are continuing to use cross-government forums to drive forward action across the vulnerable children agenda. This has included utilising the General Public Sector Ministerial Implementation Group discussion on school provision to recognise the vital role that schools play. And lower down, additionally, we will use next week's GPSMIG discussion to highlight the work the department is doing on hidden crimes, including sexual abuse, and to push other government departments on further action, for example, DFE on incentivising children, DCMS on optimising opportunities from IT connectivity, and the role of youth workers. And I should also have emphasised the sentence just before that that shows us work being undertaken through violence reduction units to ensure children are kept safe and off the streets. And whereas we've been talking until now largely about child sexual abuse and exploitation online, is it right that here the concern that's being discussed is about safety, criminality, perhaps county lines? Is that right?
Absolutely, yes. All of those things would count as crimes that we were worried might increase during lockdown. Yes.
Thank you. The date of this document, as we saw, is the 10th of April. And the inquiry has heard evidence, Sir Matthew, or from Miss Indra Morris, who had been a Director General in the Department for Education, and who by this stage was the senior responsible officer for a cross-government work stream called the Vulnerable Children's Unit. Part of the remit of that unit was to look at safeguarding issues and hidden harms. In this document, which appears to be specifically discussing cross-government work and opportunities to bring up that cross-government work on these subjects, we don't see any reference to the Vulnerable Children's Unit. Should we take it from that the Home Office wasn't working through that unit yet with the Department for Education?
No, I wouldn't read that into it. I think that would have been the part of the Department for Education that my colleagues in the relevant parts of the Home Office were engaging with. TEAU, by the way, I think probably stands for Tackling Exploitation and Abuse Unit, and they would have been an example of a part of the Home Office that would have been working with Indra Morris's part of the Department for Education.
I see.
So I think when we probably didn't use that acronym beginning with V for her unit, we just talked about it as the DFE.
I see, thank you. So if there was a cross-government working group coming out of the DFE on these issues, you would have thought about that as part of the DFE, is that right?
Exactly.
Understood. Yes. Can we look then, please, at INQ 000518579? This was a memo to number 10, slightly later in the period, the 24th of April, and it's about opportunities to increase interventions on the hidden crimes agenda. We can see from paragraph 3 what is meant by hidden crimes, those which relate to emotional or physical harm or abuse both in and outside of the home. And if we can look, please, at paragraph 10 of this document, which is at page 2, thank you. We read that number 10 was being informed that stakeholders such as the Victims Commissioner, Domestic Abuse Commissioner and national charities have been pressing for greater action from government on these issues and have been critical of a perceived fragmented government approach. Are you able to help us with that, Sir Matthew? What was the perception about a fragmented government approach?
I think from the perspective of those commissioners and coalitions and others, they would have, I imagine, wanted to hear from government with one voice and have more of a sense than there was that there was a prioritisation within government about the issues that mattered most to government at this difficult time. And indeed, we had our own concerns within the Home Office about that sort of issue. So it wasn't just these, if you like, semi-external voices who were expressing concerns about fragmentation. We were having our own concerns and trying to address them. I don't know if you're going to come on to that, but there are examples of times when I or others in the Home Office raised our concerns with the Cabinet Office to try to improve the joined-up nature of government decision-making during the pandemic?
Yes, we will, is the answer to that. We will come to look at that email. Can we take it then that you had some sympathy at this stage with the criticism of a fragmented government approach to these issues?
Yes, and we're keen to channel that into something positive, which broadly became this hidden harm summit that the then Prime Minister hosted.
Yes, thank you. We will look at that. If we can just stay for a moment with this document. Can we look, please, over at page 5, paragraphs 20 and 22? Because I think in this document, actually, you're doing exactly that. You're highlighting further areas where you could encourage joint working to improve victim support. And we see, for example, reviewing the approach to high-risk perpetrators of domestic abuse, considering whether within existing arrangements there are opportunities for selected agencies to proactively contact at-risk households in a safe way. And obviously for children, the removal potentially of domestic violence perpetrators would reduce the risk to them. Now that might be thought a potentially obvious role for children's social care, and potentially the police. Do you know if that happened?
I don't know about whether it specifically happened as a follow-up to that particular point, but it is something that the Home Office would have been working with policing on constantly, including with other agencies, as it mentions here.
I mean, if we can sort of take the points together, on the one hand, concern about fragmentation, which the Home Office had some sympathy with, and then on the other, this specific example of something that could be done better. Do you think there were obstacles until this stage to that sort of approach happening?
No, I think the obstacles that I was talking about in my previous answer related to the sort of the big picture prioritisation of where the government should be putting its effort at a time of unprecedented national lockdown. What this paragraph is talking about is, I would say, areas where more run-of-the-mill, day-to-day effective joint working can make a difference in protecting the most vulnerable. This doesn't require a summit from the Prime Minister to improve. This is just about, as I say, day-to-day joint working at a relatively working level between different departments or different parts of the sector to prioritise limited resource to target it at the people who will get most benefit from that resource.
Well, it's exactly that point I want to ask you about then. So, for example, the third bullet point here, exploring opportunities to enhance OP Encompass, especially around children who are identified in domestic abuse households, as well as not currently attending school under vulnerability criteria at present. That is perhaps a small picture example, as you say, of something that could be achieved with joined-up working. Had that not been happening to date because of a lack of joined-up working?
I mean, I think something like this, where the crucial partners will all be local. So we're talking about local authority working with local health and law enforcement and other officials. The constraints on that joint working will have been that everyone was still getting used to dealing with an unprecedented lockdown. And so I think that there would have been many opportunities available to improve that joint working, which, as I say, almost always are at a local level.
Thank you. I want to take up then that structural point that you raised earlier. If we can look, please, at INQ 000239640. This, I think, is the email that you were talking about a moment ago. Thank you. This is the beginning then with the email sent to you on the 13th of May from Ms. Helen McNamara, asking you if you could please provide your view on organisational and governance structures used in government, what you have found useful so far, and your thoughts on what you would value next. And if we can look up at page 1, we see your response a few days later, and you make 3 points. First, we should try a less traditional hub and spoke arrangement, suggesting the centre could remit issues to small groups of officials from across departments to own and lead on behalf of all. Second, you say the Home Secretary has already expressed concern that the current governance structure can lead to siloed discussions. And third, you make a point about tweaking reporting requirements to the centre. So, Matthew, you're not here being specific about any aspect of the Home Office's work when you make these points, but I want to ask you whether some of them relate to the Home Office's work to protect children. And before we do that, I just want to ask you about one other document so that you can see the point in the round, and that is, please, INQ 000181673. And that is the report from the Prime Minister's Hidden Harm Summit that you were referring to. This is the 26th of June, and if we can look, please, at page 9, we see coming out of that summit a recommendation, second bullet point, efforts to coordinate work across departments on domestic abuse and sexual violence have served to highlight the challenges of overcoming entrenched siloed working and structures. We need to ensure effective, regular coordination as standard in the future. So just taking a step back then, there seems to be a bit of a pattern of this concern having first been raised, we saw on the 16th of March, then the concern about fragmentation on the 24th of April, your email raising that point to Ms. McNamara, in mid-May, and the point coming out again in late June. Was this quite a severe concern then about siloed working affecting the way that government was able to respond to domestic abuse, for example?
I mean, to be honest, I don't think I did have domestic abuse specifically in mind when I wrote the email to Helen McNamara. Not specifically. I was thinking about the central government's COVID coordination mechanisms in general. And many of the domestic abuse challenges which we are discussing in these documents were exacerbated by COVID, but they were there all along. And they were to do with the fact that so many different parts of central government and local partners are involved in any case as complex as this. And so I think what I was seeking to get the Cabinet Office to improve was the more top-level sort of policy responses to be better streamlined. They didn't seem streamlined to me at all. There was a huge burden on the Department for Health and the Cabinet Office at the centre, including Number 10. But there were other departments who were available, who could have sort of lent in and been encouraged to take on more of a leadership role to spread that burden and to make the overall effectiveness of the government's response that bit better.
Thank you. So just thinking specifically then about the Home Office's work for children and to protect children, is it your position that that wasn't suffering from siloed working? It was more of a top-down, high-level strategy issue?
Yes. I mean, I think in relation to children, I mean, there are always tensions, if you like. There are always going to be an interface between the Department for Education and, let's say, the Home Office on issues that are to do with children and therefore of concern to the Department for Education, but are also to do with crime or migration or policing or national security, and therefore also of interest to the Home Office. That's something that's sort of built into the system. And in my view, it doesn't matter so much where the line is drawn between those two different departments. What matters is how one works across that line between those two departments. So to pick up a line of questioning about whether there, for instance, there should have been a single minister for children. I mean, in my view, there is a minister for children, and it's the ministers in the Department for Education. That doesn't take responsibilities for children away from the Home Office, and nor should it. And if it did, it would just redraw the line, if you like, between Department for Education and the Home Office. There will always be a line between those departments. And what I'm trying to get at, particularly in those three short points to the Cabinet Office, is about working across that line and the equivalence of that line between all other government departments. That's the bit that I felt was not optimally set up during the first months of the COVID response.
That question of whether there ought to be a Minister for Children or alternatively the extent to which the Secretary of State for Education carries out that function was something that Ms Susan Ackland-Hood addressed in her evidence earlier in these proceedings. She emphasised that the Secretary of State for Education has a named role as the government's lead Minister for Children, and that if the individual minister in that position so wishes, they can call on that cross-cutting role to influence policy in other departments or activity in other departments. But that, for various reasons, during the pandemic, that didn't happen. Was that also your experience, that you didn't see that happening on the part of Sir Gavin Williamson during the pandemic?
Yes.
Do you think it ought to have happened?
I think it ought to have happened somehow, but there are lots of different ways that it could have been made to work. And I was encouraging the Cabinet Office not to think of everything as about the Cabinet Office's relationship with just one other department. That's a sort of very old-fashioned hub-and-spoke view of how to run a government. And I was encouraging them, not just in that email, but in many other conversations at the time and since, to have a much more modern, agile, federated setup that would allow more resource to be instantly available for the biggest priorities.
thinking specifically about the concern about protecting children from this range of hidden harms that were discussed at the summit, and given that pattern that we spoke about and that we've seen through your evidence of concern about fragmentation or siloed working, did anything change after that recommendation on the 26th of June?
I think there was a greater prioritisation across government on tackling hidden harms, and that was really why the Home Office had recommended so forcefully to number 10 in that note that we were looking at a few minutes ago, having that moment that brought together all of the players, not just in central government, but thinking about policing, support services, many others as well, making that a high priority part of the government's response. I think that did lead to greater prioritisation, which fed into how local authorities, local police forces, public health officials and many others involved tackled the issue. So yes, I think it did make a positive difference at a difficult time.
Thank you. Can we then return to our chronology, please, and pick it up in October of 2020 and look at your statement at paragraphs 327, thank you, to 328. You tell us that at this stage, a Home Office vulnerability knowledge and practice programme had summarised voluntary sector feedback on the impact of the first national lockdown on children and young people. And we can see, if we're able to have an overall view on this list, thank you, that it is very lengthy and discusses some grave impacts on children and young people. So an increase in all forms of abuse, increase in gang-related violence, including through the county lines model, increase in the need for emergency accommodation. We won't go through them all, but they are, as I said, grave. Noting that that's a summary of voluntary sector feedback, would it be right to say that that accorded with the Home Office's own understanding on the pandemic, on the impact of the pandemic on children and young people at this stage?
Yes, I think it represents a very helpful summary of that feedback. And I also think that it's an example of monitoring and evaluating, something that the government does not always get a lot of credit for doing properly. But I think this is an example of some instant monitoring and evaluating of how the first lockdown played out, and given the timing, we were then able to use that to plan for subsequent lockdowns and different stages of the pandemic.
Thank you.
And by we, I don't just mean the Home Office, sorry. I also mean particularly policing and other law enforcement and other operational partners.
Thank you. And given that assessment, and given that that was the Home Office's view, would it be fair to say that the Home Office in the winter of 2020 was concerned about the likely impact of future lockdowns and further school closures?
Yes.
Can we look then, please, at how the Home Office planned to address that possibility at INQ 000231228? This is described as, I think, as a readout from a briefing of Ministers Atkins and Malthouse at a deep dive the previous day. It's dated the 6th of November. And it looks as though on this occasion Home Office officials were updating the ministers in some detail about both risks and the plan to respond to those risks over winter. If we can look, please, over at page 2, under point 4, on county lines, we see what we did during the first lockdown. Drugs are a key driver of SV. Is that serious violence?
I think it might be sexual violence.
Sexual violence. Drug supply through the border interrupted by the first lockdown, but county lines continued to operate. Can we go further down, please, to read the rest of that? Thank you. We see April to June, drug offences up 30%. Was there thought to be a connection there between school closures and an increase in drug offences?
Yes, there was. And clearly there were factors in both directions. There were some factors of lockdown that made it harder for drug supply to continue for the benefit of criminals. But there were other aspects of lockdown that frankly made it easier. And so this, I think, is important evidence that taking all that together, there was an increase in the use of county lines in particular as a way of transporting drugs around the country.
Thank you. And we see lower down under serious violence a similar description of what happened during the first lockdown, and then we see there approach to the second lockdown, asks of DfE, we need a real focus on attendance, particularly in alternative provision. And then a specific point about the sector having raised an issue in finding appropriate space for face-to-face meetings with young people, and a point for Minister Atkins about whether it would be possible for the DfE to ensure that schools could be used in that respect. 2 points then here. Was it the Home Office's analysis that having young people attending alternative provision in particular would help to bring down rates of serious violence?
Yes.
And second, had there been any difficulty in engaging the Department for Education in this?
No, I don't think so. I just think this was the ministers, particularly Vicky Atkins, as it says here, using this meeting to get ready for her next wave of issues to engage that department on. Thank you.
And if we can look at the next document then on this being taken forward is INQ 000518729. And I think this is possibly, Sir Matthew, the final document we will look at before we take a break. This is a letter to the Home Secretary the following day, updating her on hidden harms winter preparedness. And if we can look, please, over at page 2, there is a summary of that deep dive that we've just been looking at. And we see a bullet point in respect of schools. At the risk of repeating a frustration you know well, we need the DfE to explain how they are prioritising school attendance, particularly in pupil referral units, to ensure we are tackling hidden harms. Modern slavery officials have data which shows that referrals to the NRM from county lines victims significantly dropped when schools reopened this year. NRM, I think that's National Referral Mechanism, is it?
That's right. That's the mechanism whereby someone who might be of a concern in relation to modern slavery is referred into that system.
I see. And so do we understand the connection there is that when schools were open, fewer children were engaging in county lines and therefore being referred through that mechanism?
Exactly, and therefore our concern being that if and when there were a further school closure to come, that welcome reduction would be reversed and there'd be a worrying increase again in referrals.
And that line, at the risk of repeating a frustration you know well, can you help us with that, please? How do we understand that?
I mean, I think that's an indication that that Vicky Atkins and Priti Patel, the then Home Secretary, were talking regularly to each other as well as to officials about what we all from the Home Office wanted to be doing in relation to Department for Education, which is to get the school attendance up, including when schools are closed, but open for vulnerable children, making sure that in particular that number could go up as far as possible, bearing in mind the very strong Home Office view that it is schools that are able to provide the best protection for all children, including vulnerable children.
We have heard, Sir Matthew, quite extensive evidence on what the DfE were doing to try to address attendance. Does this comment suggest that the Home Office did not understand what the DfE were doing to try to address attendance?
Well, I think you can sense the frustration that, despite multiple conversations, there were still concerns that we wanted to continue to impress upon the Department for Education, and we did.
Thank you. And just taking a step back then from the documents, Indra Morris, when she gave evidence, and indeed in her written evidence, identified teenagers as one group of children and young people who were particularly hard to reach and support during the pandemic. Of course, it is teenagers who are very often involved in county lines. Do you at the Home Office share that view that it was difficult to reach and support teenagers during the pandemic?
Yes.
And we have seen, I think, throughout your evidence that some of the work that could have been done to support teenagers would have been between the Department for Education, but also we saw the Department for Culture, Media and Sports have youth policy, and HMCLG, I will call them, who have ownership of community and family work. Was there a structural difficulty in coordinating the work intended to support teenagers?
I mean, I do think this is an area where, in general, again, unrelated to the pandemic, but the concerns became heightened by the pandemic, but the concerns were there all along, the creation and sustaining and delivering of youth policy is fragmented across central government.
Thank you, Sir Matthew. My lady, I'm about to move on to a new topic, and I think it's about 5
Certainly,
minutes.
we take breaks every so often, Sir Matthew, but I promise you we will finish your evidence today. I shall return at 20 past.
All rise.
Coon.
Thank you. So, Matthew, I want to ask you now, please, to consider some evidence from towards the end of the pandemic period about the impact of the pandemic on various aspects of the Home Office's work that we've been discussing. And as we go through, I will ask you to help us understand how, in light of that, the Home Office would evaluate the effectiveness of its response on various types of risks facing children. Can we look then, please, at INQ 000268039? This is a statistics briefing from the NSPCC in February 2022. And can we look at pages 8 to 9, please? Thank you. Here we have some evidence about the data that suggests a potential increase in the number of children exposed to domestic abuse during the pandemic. We won't go through it in a great amount of detail because I think we have the evidential point. But it is indicating, for example, a 61% increase in the number of contacts to and from the National Domestic Abuse Helpline compared with similar levels for the first 3 months of 2020. And I think, Sir Matthew, you've had the opportunity to consider this document, is that right?
That is right, yes.
Would you agree that it is reasonable to conclude that the pandemic and specifically lockdown and school closures did have the effect of increasing the rates at which children were exposed to domestic violence within the home?
Yes, I think sadly we can conclude that. I don't think we know within that increase how much is specifically down to COVID and the measures to tackle COVID, but I think we can make an estimate, and clearly, it's very sad, and it's worse than that for the victims who were involved.
And I think you've already said that this is something the Home Office was concerned about at the very outset, so it wasn't just predictable, it was predicted.
It was predictable and predicted, but it gives me no comfort to say that.
Yes.
I do think that looking back, the Home Office and our operational partners were able to reprioritise quickly because of those early assessments, and I pay tribute to those operational partners who did that. But clearly, these documents here demonstrate that collectively we've failed to reduce the negative impact of lockdown. A lot of work went on to keep those increases as low as possible. It could have been worse, but we are obviously saddened by the facts that are on that document.
And we have seen in your evidence that the Home Office at the very beginning took steps to ensure that police officers were alert to risks. We've seen that through other government departments, the Home Office took steps to ensure that there was provision in place for abusers to leave the home throughout. We also know that during the course of the pandemic, the Home Office sponsored the Domestic Abuse Act 2021, which had the effect of recognising children as victims of domestic abuse in their own right. Can you help us, please, with what the rationale was for that and what the impact was of that, if you're able to say?
So this was an important priority for the government at the time to demonstrate that it was doing everything possible to put domestic abuse at the sort of centre of considerations, and to do even more than previously to support those who might become victims of it. And having that offence being created so that there were additional tools for law enforcement to use to pursue people who might be perpetrators of domestic abuse. And it was an important part of the legislation. When you look at the totality of what a government can do, there is legislation, there is communication, there is funding, there is prioritisation. Most of those levers are relatively indirect on something like this, but what we are relying on is the whole of the system that we are operating within to prioritise in ways that protect the most vulnerable. And I do think, despite the evidence here, which suggests that things did get worse, they didn't perhaps get as worse as they could have done if we had not taken those steps.
And given that overview, and given the impact that we can see there nonetheless was, with the benefit of hindsight, is there anything that the Home Office assesses could have been done better during the pandemic to address this particular risk?
Well, I think that even in the second lockdown, we learnt from the first lockdown. So, for instance, just to take a bureaucratic example, the way that the regulations and guidance to police on how to enforce the regulations were written, that was something that improved as the pandemic went on. We got sort of more precise about what the enforcement aspects of the public order consequences of the lockdown, for instance, would be. That's an example of something where we learned during the pandemic. In terms of protecting children and the most vulnerable, I think the system operated within the constraints as well as it could, bearing in mind that any full-scale closure of schools was going to be a very significant challenge in terms of protection of the most vulnerable. I think that the learning that went on at the very beginning and then throughout the pandemic did mean that the outcome was less bad than it otherwise would have been.
So, Sir Matthew, if you were speaking to a person who was in your shoes in the future, as Permanent Secretary to the Home Office at the outset of what looked like a civil emergency where there was a possibility that people would have to stay in their homes, knowing that that would present a heightened risk as it did, is there anything from your learning that we could extrapolate for that future situation?
I think first of all, act early. So make sure that the crucial support services are funded to carry on their work. Because one of the things that did happen, I think, during the first lockdown was that the charities and other support services, some of them did run out of funding. I think the government did respond quickly to address that, including in relation to tackling and preventing domestic abuse. But I would encourage very early action on that score. Secondly, technology. I mean, any future pandemic or any future lockdown is likely to have a transformed landscape in terms of technology. Even back in 2020, there was still a very significant technology aspect to the pandemic, both the response to it and the actions that happen, including, sadly, perpetrators of child abuse and so on. That is going to be even greater in any future lockdown or any future pandemic. So really understanding and having the sort of relations with the tech companies and the regulators that allow that sort of action is going to be even more important in the future.
Can I just go back to the point you were discussing a moment ago, Sir Matthew, about the regulations and the guidance? I'm a former criminal lawyer, and I was horrified when I saw the contents of some of the early legislation, and I pitied the members of the public to try and work out whether they were breaking the law or not, and I pitied the poor police officers who had to enforce it. And I think I was told, was I not, that legislation at the beginning was drafted by the Department of Health and without the experts, namely the Home Office, whose usual remit criminal justice is, input.
That is correct, my lady. The very first set of regulations were drafted without Home Office or policing input. But I choose to look at the positive of that, which is that things got better as we went through the pandemic, and we did learn from the awfulness of that exercise to make a slightly better fist of it as we went through the pandemic. And I think you heard yesterday from Martin Hewitt that he felt that he was able, as time went on, to put across directly into the Home Office, and then for us in the Home Office to put across into the wider government decision-making and drafting of regulations and guidance, a better and better picture as it related to the day-to-day policing. Now, of course, as you know better than anyone, the police are operationally independent, but they do require guidance and sometimes direction and prioritisation. And in the case of the pandemic, I think the Home Secretary and the Home Office were very clear that we had this, or that we wanted the police to have this 4 E's approach, that they should educate, they should explain, they should engage. And only after having done all 3 of those E's should they get onto the 4th E of enforce. That meant that and clearly there were some outliers. There were some forces that jumped straight to enforcement in ways which weren't particularly proportionate and therefore not appropriate. But I think the mechanisms that police have themselves and with the Home Office, they managed to iron those out as time went on. That doesn't excuse everything, but I think it does mean that as time went on, we and they, policing, got a bit better at doing this enforcement.
understanding all of that, but really going back to, was asking you about what lessons we've learned. And surely, the basic principle of criminal justice, as you know, is if you don't have a criminal offence with a penal sanction, unless the law is clear. It's clear for the person who's committing the offence, and it's clear for the person who's trying to enforce it. Would not a lesson to be learned that if you are going to pass regulations that have a penal sanction, that you should ensure that people like the Home Office, who are the experts in drafting criminal justice bills, should be involved?
Yes, I would absolutely agree with that.
Thank you. Sorry, it's one of my hobby horses.
Thank you. So, Matthew, we were discussing the question of what overall impact had been, what could have been done better, and what lessons we can learn from that in the context of domestic abuse within the home. But the answers that you gave, I think, to the latter questions were more general. Yeah. So I want to ask you just briefly and narrowly a couple of questions about other types of harms. I don't think I need to take you back to the NSPCC data because I understand that you're familiar with it. Can I ask whether it's your position that it is reasonable to conclude also that the pandemic, lockdown and school closures did have the effect of increasing the rates at which children were exposed to online sexual abuse and exploitation?
Yes. I think the evidence is clear on that for a number of different factors, and I think we've talked about most of them already. But children were online more. Yes. Some of them were bored and very easily persuaded to, for instance, to self-generate indecent images. There was much harder. It was much harder for support services to have any visibility, under-reporting, the tech companies, all those other factors that we talked about.
And as I say, you gave a general answer, a broad answer earlier to the question of what we can learn. But is there anything specific about the Home Office's attempts to meet that risk that we can learn for a future pandemic, noting what you say about technology likely being different?
I mean, I do think technology is already, sadly, making this terrain even harder to tackle, and you know, I think the current government has already made it an offence to create deepfake pornography, for instance. But that sort of thing is just getting easier and easier, sadly, from a technological point of view to happen, and therefore is likely to be even more widespread, and is likely in any future lockdown to be an even greater driver in different types of exploitation and abuse.
So, do we take it then that part of your answer is that there is too much uncertainty about what that risk might look like in the future to be able to draw clear lessons?
And I think I wasn't making that point. I mean, I think it is unclear how far technology will have gone, not least because we don't know when the next lockdown might be. But I think we absolutely know that whenever it is, if there were ever to be another one again, that the technological landscape would have advanced very dramatically, and that the role of the tech companies will be even bigger in the future than it is now or was in 2020.
Thank you. I think, Sir Matthew, that the position in respect of a different type of harm that we've been discussing, so children's exposure to criminality and involvement in criminality, is perhaps a bit more nuanced. And you say in your statement, I don't think I need to take you there, that the heightened risks of children's exposure to violence and exploitation by gangs and organised crime groups and involvement in associated criminal activities have been reported, but the full extent of the impacts of violence and criminal exploitation for children throughout the COVID-19 crisis are difficult to ascertain. And those were findings reported to the Home Office in 2021 by the Manchester Metropolitan University. Is it then the Home Office's view that this is more difficult to ascertain, or has the Home Office been able to draw conclusions about the impact of school closure and lockdown on the rates at which children and young people were exposed to criminal exploitation?
I'm not aware of any sort of definitive judgments in that made by the Home Office since that time, but drawing on that and other research, I think we can conclude that it's a sort of common sense view that that during lockdown some crime types actually reduced. Things obviously shoplifting reduced because the shops weren't open. Most of the public order worries that we had at the beginning of the pandemic didn't come to pass, thankfully. But then other things, including most of the crimes that we've been talking about today, online and in the real world, child sexual abuse, for instance, did increase. On things like county lines, gangs, and so on, I think, as you say, there is mixed evidence. But on the whole, the trends are towards greater concern in terms of protection of vulnerable children.
Thank you. So, Matthew, I want to move now to a completely different subject. We have only 2 subjects left, and this is one of them, and it is the ways in which the pandemic affected unaccompanied asylum-seeking children. And so, Matthew, there is, of course, something of a complicated background to some of these issues, but I think we can take it fairly shortly because the factual situation was recorded by Mr. Justice Chamberlain in a series of High Court judgments, and I'm going to draw from those. We know, don't we, that for many years prior to the pandemic, there had been difficulty in Kent County Council because that council had struggled to be able to accommodate the numbers of children arriving in Kent, and that they had relied on the National Transfer Scheme, by which, in principle, other local authorities volunteered to receive children who would otherwise be coming into Kent care. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. And we know that for some years that scheme had not been operating well, in the sense that other local authorities were not routinely offering to receive children in the way that had been intended. Is that right?
Yes.
And that meant that Kent continued to look after more unaccompanied asylum-seeking children pursuant to their responsibilities under the Children Act of 1989 than other local authorities did. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. Against that background, then, I want to ask you about how the circumstances of the pandemic specifically affected some of these arrangements. Would the Home Office agree that the closure of ports of entry to the UK meant that there was even a higher number than usual of children arriving on Kent's coast? So we heard from Kent County Council, for example, that the local authority was caring for 402 unaccompanied asylum-seeking children at the start of 2020, but that this had risen to 605 by August.
That's correct. I think it's important to say at this point that the Home Office's judgment about the total number of people coming into the country irregularly or unlawfully did not dramatically change in the early years of the pandemic, but the route by which they came did change. So previously, before the small boats phenomenon, most people who wanted to come into this country irregularly or illegally did so through the Channel Tunnel or on a ferry, largely in the back of lorries. And they were distributed, if you like, around the country. Of course, most of them arrived in Kent, but then carried on hidden until other parts of the country. Whereas with small boats, almost every single small boat arrival, first of all, isn't trying to hide, trying to be very visibly part of the asylum-seeking system. And secondly, they almost all arrive in Kent. So yes, this phenomenon, partly driven by COVID and the travel restrictions, did put an additional burden on Kent, even beyond that which, as you say rightly, they were already suffering from as a county before the pandemic.
Thank you. And is it right also that some support services at the same time, and because of the restrictions introduced during the pandemic, suspended their operations, so particularly the Refugee Council, who had been running an intake service for these children in Kent? Is that right?
That's absolutely right. They were running the main, in fact, the intake service for children in Kent, funded by the Home Office, and there had been a very good relationship, I think, between my colleagues in the Home Office and the Refugee Council in the Kent intake unit. And the Refugee Council sadly had to end that service because of staff absences.
And would the Home Office also agree that the guidance on lockdown and self-isolation, which again was health guidance, not Home Office guidance, meant that many local authorities other than Kent were even less willing than before to receive unaccompanied asylum-seeking children? and again, we heard from Kent that between January 2020 and May 2020, Kent weren't able to transfer a single child to another local authority. Is that right?
That's right. And at that time, the National Transfer Scheme was a voluntary scheme between local authorities. So that is right, yes.
And we know that by August of 2020, Kent County Council took the formal position that as a result of these pressures, it was no longer able to meet its statutory obligations to care for unaccompanied asylum-seeking children, which was later found to be unlawful. But it's right also, isn't it, that Mr Justice Chamberlain went on to find that the Home Office shared some responsibility for that position because of the way that the National Transfer Scheme had been run?
That is right. I mean, I think what he found is that the duty was on the county, and that was not a duty which could have been, balanced off against other duties. It was a primary duty, and he found that Kent should have abided by it.
Yes. And Sir Matthew, we have seen evidence during these hearings that for unaccompanied asylum-seeking children, the net effect of all of those cumulative changes, I suppose, because of the pandemic, was that they were staying for longer than usual at the intake unit on immediate arrival. And then once processed, they were in many cases staying in unregulated accommodation, such as hotels. And that, in that sense, they were not there as children who were looked after by the local authority, but they were simply housed there by the Home Office, and therefore they weren't receiving the care or education from the local authority as a corporate parent.
It's right that Kent refused to, or said they were unable to meet their duty to provide that care and set of services for those children. And it's also right that in that circumstance, the Home Office decided reluctantly, but better than any alternative, to house some of those children in hotels. That is right, yes.
I should say, Sir Matthew, that of course it's not the function of this inquiry to examine the intricacies of the immigration system or even the arrangements of unaccompanied asylum-seeking children generally, but the question of whether the pandemic made matters worse for those children and whether that could have been avoided or mitigated is a matter for this inquiry. Can I ask you then to reflect on some particular aspects? What Kent County Council told us, or rather the Director of Children's Services for Kent County Council told us, is that if the national referral mechanism had been made mandatory at that time, some of the pandemic-related pressures might have been mitigated. What do you say to that?
I agree. I'm sure it is true that if it had been mandatory, then other local authorities would have had to step up and take on that burden from Kent.
And some children's rights organisations might say that the public health advice, which required self-isolation for incoming children, even if asymptomatic, could or should have been subject to some exemptions for this vulnerable cohort. Accepting that that absolutely wasn't your guidance, do you have a view on that?
Well, I know that my colleagues in the Home Office spent considerable time and effort engaging with Public Health England on that guidance and the interpretation of that guidance, and it was disappointing. I remember that there wasn't any leeway to create additional guidance or additional exemptions, as you're suggesting. So the public health position was very black and white. These particular children, like everyone else in the country, has to abide by this guidance. And that was one of the things that made it impossible for both the Refugee Council and then for Kent County Council to fulfil the services that they were previously providing.
Thank you. Another point that may be raised by children's rights organisations is that some of the lockdown-specific pressures that unaccompanied asylum-seeking children faced whilst in hotels, such as the difficulty of having to try to sort out an education with limited or no Wi-Fi, could have been alleviated by extra support from the Home Office. What would you say to that?
I mean, I think the Home Office provided significant extra support, both to the relevant counties and then directly in the hotels. And I'm sure that it was not perfect, that support, but there was a huge amount of effort from my colleagues operating in very difficult circumstances. Remember, picking up a burden which really shouldn't have been theirs in the first place, but deciding that it was better to do that, albeit imperfectly, themselves, than for these children to be left really to their own devices.
Thank you, Sir Matthew. I want to move on then to the final topic, which is a somewhat miscellaneous but important topic of children's play. My lady asked you earlier questions about precision, or perhaps the lack of precision in guidance about regulations that police officers were required to enforce. And the inquiry has heard evidence throughout these hearings about occasions when children were stopped by police for playing and directed to return home in the course of police enforcing the stay-at-home message. And examples that we heard were police telling children to stop climbing trees or playing in a river or building a snowman. And those examples come from throughout the pandemic. So that snowman example is from January 2021. The inquiry also heard from Martin Hewitt about how difficult that was for police officers. And what he said was that he was communicating that difficulty to the Home Office. And to paraphrase his evidence, I think he said that the Home Office were very receptive to that concern and were engaging with him. But he wasn't sure how well that was reaching Cabinet Office, for instance, or again, to paraphrase Department for Health, where the guidance was emanating from. Are you able to help with that? Is that something the Home Office were worried about? And do you think that concern was heard outside of the Home Office?
So first of all, Martin Hewitt and policing in general did an extraordinary job in very difficult circumstances, including on this particular issue. And so their message was heard loud and clear in the Home Office about the difficulties of the approach to enforcement of the various different regulations, particularly at the beginning of the pandemic. But I accept that it also carried on to some extent later on. And I would agree with him that even on issues where the Home Office was fully aligned with policing, that did not automatically translate into whoever was drafting the regulations or the guidance, picking up every part of that nuance and doing exactly what we wanted. Absolutely not. And as I said to my lady earlier, I confirmed that the Home Office was not involved in the original drafting of the regulations. I do think it is worth underlining two other points, though. First of all, the police are operationally independent, and so the decisions about how to go about implementing all law and all regulations do fall to each chief in each of the 43 police forces up and down the country. And secondly, there was a very clear position during COVID about the 4 E's, and you only get to the 4th E, enforcement, after you as an individual police officer have done the engage, the educate, and the
explain and enforce. I wrote them down.
And explain. And of course, it's all in the. I imagine it's all in the tone of voice. It would be possible for a police officer to think that they were explaining and engaging, but it might have come across, particularly to a child, as enforcement in a way that would have absolutely left a mark on them. So I think this is an area where. Clearly there are lessons that we can learn, but broadly speaking, I wouldn't want to cross the line of operational independence, and I would want the judgments mainly to be those of individual police officers to be making in the moment about how to educate and explain and engage.
If I may ask you just a little bit further than that, I think the confusion is about whether or not it was ever unlawful for those children to be out playing in the first place, or whether children playing out and about were exercising and therefore had a reasonable excuse not to be at home. So even before we come to the discretion of individual police officers or individual police forces about how they enforce, there was a lack of clarity about whether children playing was unlawful or not. Is that something that the Home Office was worried about?
I mean, clearly everyone who was engaged on this in the Home Office knew how important play was for children, and I imagine that the issues weren't about the precise drafting of the regulations. They were to do with social distancing and things like that. And I imagine that in future we would want to make clear that it would be possible to have a much more liberal interpretation of whatever the regulations or guidance in the future are, in order to allow that play to continue.
Thank you, Sir Matthew. You have been kind enough throughout your evidence to give us your overall reflections and your recommendations for the future. So I don't have any questions to ask you about that. But is there anything that you would like to add about what the Home Office perspective is on what might be done better, specifically with regard to children in the event of a future pandemic?
No, other than to pay tribute to my colleagues in the department and in all of the sectors that they worked with for making an intolerably difficult position better than it otherwise would have been.
Thank you, Sir Matthew. My lady, those are all my questions, and there are no questions on behalf of core participants. Do you have any questions?
No, I don't. Thank you very much indeed, Sir Matthew. And we finished on my hobby horse, so that makes me even happier. Thank you very much indeed for the help you've given and for the colleague, or your former colleagues, because I don't think you're at the Home Office anymore, are you? Your former colleagues at the Home Office who obviously helped you in preparing for the evidence you've given today. It's been very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
Very well. I shall return at 10 o'clock tomorrow.
All rise.